sun. We're a great nation. Though we are many people, different tribes, different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come, and for generations to come. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. See, we only have with the federal. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there someday. Can somebody sing with me? With the federal, we believe in this our nation, Nigeria, and the promises she holds for us. And someday we would shine like the sun. From the north, south, east, and west. Somebody say, if you believe, join us. Say, with the federal Lord, with all we have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, say we are. With the federal Lord, I believe, and I know you do too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Have a Nigeria stand up, Nigeria stand up. Join me, say yeah. What a great nation. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place is much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. There are dreams, stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. Make a better world, make a better world. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for living, make a better place for you and for me. And the dream we weren't received and will reveal a joyful face. And the world once believed and will shine again in grace. Then why keep strangling when this earth crucified its soul? Though it's plain to see this world is heavenly. Be God's love. We can fly so high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we'll cry happy tears. See the nations turn their swords into plowshares. We could really get there if you cared enough for living. Make a little space to make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying, make a better place for you and for me. There are people make a better place for you and for me. 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 The world we live in for me. For our children for me. The world we live in for me. For our children for me. The world we live in for me. For our children for me. The world we live in for me. For our children. I climbed so many mountains this time. I fought so many battles, but I came through stronger. I raced across the finish line. Yeah, I can hear the cheering So many come and go. Enough to make me give up, but it made me stronger. No way, I'm gonna let this go. 'Cause the taste of victory is so much sweet. Oh, I can let my breath go. I cannot believe, no, is it really me? Oh, I'm a winner. I can hear the drum roll, feel my body explode. Gotta let the world know I'm a winner. See my name in the Lord, I'm a winner. Let the whole world know I'm a winner. Even when my chances go winner. In the end, I know I'm a winner. And I know I'm a winner, yeah. And I know I'm a winner, yeah. Let the lights go, let the cross stand up. Take over, I'm a winner. Yes, 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 I'm a winner. Yes, 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 I'm a winner. If you know you're a winner, let me see your hands go. Oh, 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 oh. If you know you're a winner, let me hear you say yes, so. Yes, so. Yes, so. Yes, so. If you know you're a winner, let me see your hands go. Oh, oh, oh. And if you know you're a winner, let me hear you say yes, so. Yes, so. Yes, so. Where the winners at? Lift your voice and say, where the winners at? See my name, you know I'm a winner. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. I'm gonna make it. So let the lights stand up.
Judges, please, can we have you towards starting on this end of the hall? If it's okay, if you're ready, judges. So once you hear the alarm, you have to stop, please. Yes, I'll let you know. So I'll let you know when the time starts. Okay. It's all phones on silent, please. Thank you. So once judges get to you, please introduce yourself so that they can know your team, just team, whatever. So we're starting with team in Kanjasen from Taishna University of Education. So 7 minutes and your time starts. Judge- Time starts now.
Good morning, sir. My name is Abosedi, and here is my partner, is Michael. This is our prototype. It's New Care. It's a phototherapy device that is used to cure babies with jaundice. According to research by WHO in 2019, 2.4 million babies died of jaundice, and globally, over 100,000 babies die annually of the same problem. This would have been solved, but because of the decaying infrastructure in the healthcare system in Nigeria, there are lesser forms of device that could be used to treat jaundice. So we saw this as a problem, that why do we tend to have a lot of babies die every year when there are things that could be done to solve that problem. And that was why we came about this device. It's a phototherapy device, and I would like my partner to continue before I talk more about the features too.
Thank you. So this device is a solar-powered phototherapy device, and it's a four-component device. First, we have the jaundice box used for phototherapy. Also, we have the solar panel used to power this box, and also we have the power supply box, and also it comes with a mobile app used for the diagnosis of jaundice in babies. Also, this app is enabled with Internet of Things, where the doctor can remotely access the control of this device and also monitor the treatment of jaundice in a baby. So, let me introduce you to this device. This is a power supply device. It's used to, like I said, is solar powered. You can charge it directly with the solar panel and also with a source of electricity in cases where we don't have sunlight or there's rainfall. So it's a two-way device. It's the input. This is the input section of the device where you plug from the solar panel directly to the device and also to an adapter to charge with it. So on this, we have some indicators to show if the device is actually working. So we have the charging. The indicator for charging is green. Now, when the battery, which is 36,000 mAh capacity battery, which lasts for about 10 hours when it's fully charged. So it shows indicator that battery is low, that you should charge it. And also, when you switch on the power button, it shows a working indicator. So now to the device itself. Now to use this device, you need a mobile application to synchronize with this device because each device comes with a unique QR code where you scan the device from your mobile device for the doctor to monitor the treatment of jaundice. So now you go to your mobile phone because when you purchase this device from us, we ensure the device mobile application is correctly installed on your mobile phone. So now you start the application. The name of our application is Retreats, which is the name of our innovation. So now this is the mobile application, as you can see. So now we have the scan URL code and scan the baby. Now what this scan baby works for is to scan the skin of the baby. So now is to scan the skin of the baby with this application. So you bring out the baby, we can scan, you can snap the eyes of the baby, the hands of the baby, and also the feet of the baby to detect if the baby is truly having jaundice. So you snap with mobile device. So you snap. So when you snap it, this mobile device interacts with machine learning because on our database we've integrated lots of previous cases of babies with jaundice so that it can give you accurate results if truly this is the case of jaundice. And after snapping, the next thing you begin phototherapy. Now, before you begin phototherapy, you need to scan the QR code, which is here. You scan it because it's a unique code. So you scan it now. When you scan it, you begin phototherapy. So you begin phototherapy. Now, this device monitors the treatment as it's ongoing. So you click on start.
So the moment this light comes on, this is a blue light. It's strip LED of 460 nanometer, the wavelength, because it meets the American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines for the treatment of jaundice. For treatment of jaundice to be very effective, it is recommended that wavelength of 450 to 490 nanometer of a blue light is needed, and this light is 460 wavelength nanometer rather. So the moment this light comes on and the operation begins, the light breaks down the bilirubin level in the baby's blood, and that is excreted rather, through urine or other forms of excreta. The bilirubin level, the moment is high in the baby, and that is what causes jaundice. The conjugated bilirubin is what causes jaundice, and that is what this light breaks down in the blood.
So when the device is in section, now you click on start. Now, during the phototherapy, the baby will be dehydrated because the bilirubin level is dissolved in the blood of the baby and it passes out as a form of excreta. So the baby will surely be hydrated. So the device will notify you to breastfeed your baby. So this is the notification, breastfeed alert. So now you pause the device, you bring out your baby from this jaundice box, then you breastfeed. Then after you're done with the breastfeeding, you place the baby back into the box, then you continue. So now we resume. So you continue. So when you continue, the device will show you the amount of irradiance. Now this is the amount of irradiance of this wavelength of 460 nanometer of blue light, and also the amount of bilirubin that have been lost during the phototherapy session.
Now, one other thing is that the reason basically that the baby needs water during this process, water aids the bilirubin to be broken faster in the body. The moment there is water in connection with the bilirubin, it breaks down faster. And that's why the device would alert you that you need to give the baby water so it can aid the process of breaking down the bilirubin, because that is what is causing the jaundice, and it has to leave the baby's body so that baby can be healed of it. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. So, from what you've said, this device would diagnose the baby. Does it take into consideration when then the treatment is being selected? Does the app select to say, okay, I don't know much about jaundice to say this is the kind of treatment based on what the app has diagnosed?
Okay. For that, firstly, this device won't diagnose the baby of jaundice. First, you need to take the baby to an hospital. So the doctor will have to see to it that, okay, during examination, testing, and trial and clinical testing, you know that this baby has jaundice. This app is just to confirm the fact that truly jaundice is in the baby. Like when after during the treatment, you can just take a picture of your baby to show if jaundice is still in that baby. So the testing and the confirmation comes from the doctor because this device is sold to hospitals.
And sorry, one other thing is that the device rather does not, the mobile app does not tell you 100% if the child has jaundice, because we only check the eyes, we only did the hand and the feet, but there is more to it. There is the testing of blood for to test the bilirubin in the baby's blood. So for we to check that, the baby has to be taken to a hospital for that test to be done, to ensure, to check if the baby, to diagnose if the baby has jaundice. To treat jaundice. This is how it works basically. Once you check it, just for normal, okay, yes, I know. Okay, okay, that is for further. That is for further. That's for further diagnosis. This one just does the basic diagnosis. That is for the eyes, the hand, and the feet. It tells you basically. But for further ones like testing the bilirubin, to check the bilirubin level in the baby's blood, you need to take the baby to a hospital for that to be done.
All right. Thanks for your presentation. My advice for you is any feedback given to you, just jot it down so that there will be room for an improvement.
Yes, sir.
Then my question now is, you say in the process when the baby need breastfeeding, you bring the baby out. So in that process now, what is the safety implication? Bringing the baby out, and meanwhile your system is still ready, then you will take it back again. So where's the safety implication of bringing out?
So thank you very much, sir, for the question. The moment it alerts you, this device alerts you that the baby needs to be breastfed, you pause it. So the moment
You
you
pause.
pause, yes, you can
Okay.
pause this. Okay, this is the moment you pause it, it means this is on hold. So when you take the baby back into it, you start the operation. You continue the operation.
Time up. Body questioning? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akiri Sonny Egbe, and with me is Odion Sonny Egbe. We're both students of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, University of Ibadan. And annually, Nigerians lose hundreds of millions of naira to crops destroyed by intrusion and invasion by both animals and human beings. So we have come up with a solution, a device where um, come up with a device that has s- that utilizes motion detection, AI, in the sense that when there is intrusion or when there is motion detected around an area, say a farmland, the camera comes on, it takes a picture of the surrounding, then it processes it as to what is in the image, either a person, an animal, or nothing at all. When it detects a person, it sends a message, a text message to the owner of the farm, which would have been pre-programmed on the device. He sent a text message to the owner of the farm. If it was an animal, it will specify, it sent a text message specifying that it was an animal. And if there was nothing in it, because breeze, leaves can also cause motion detection. So if there was nothing in the view of the device, it doesn't send any message to save power. So also, if it's an animal, we have incorporated a sound system where it releases a high frequency to sort of disturb the animal, to repel the animal. Also, in the human, we used a very low frequency, sort of an alarm. We use a very low frequency to sound when a person is detected. So also
This device is equipped with two forms of technology. That's the online and the offline technology. Now, because most farmlands are, from our research, most farmlands are located in areas that don't have internet access. So we um,
aspects to where the farmer can log into the website and check what's going on, and also see images that have been taken when the device is triggered. And we can display that for you now. Okay, this is to detect when there's intrusion on the farmland. I use this device uses ultrasonic sound system. Now, ultrasonic sound systems cannot be heard by human beings because ultrasonic sound systems are below the hearing frequency of the human ear. That's why this device uses ultrasonic sound system and it's low powered. So when there's an animal on the farmland, this ultrasonic sound system is triggered and it disturbs the animal. Now, to the human ear, it is inaudible, but to the animal, it sounds like a jackhammer. A jackhammer when the jackhammer is being used in a room. That's how the device works. Now, the difference between that and a CCTV is that this gives you a real-time video of what's going on your farmland, and also it uses the ultrasonic sound system to repel animals. Now, the conventional CCTV camera does not do that.
Also, the difference with CCTV, most farmlands that are being affected in the country don't have access to internet to transmit this data over. So that's why we incorporated. We send a text message to you, yes, to your phone.
That somebody is in my farm.
We can display that for you now.
If it's an animal, it's also specified that it's an animal.
Okay, please. What if the person is not literate?
That's why.
Farmers, yeah.
Okay. What we've designed to combat that is to design and write our manuals in multiple Nigerian languages. That's the top three. First, we start with the top three Nigerian languages. That's Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, and also collaborate with farmers associations in Nigeria to help educate farmers about how this device works.
In applying this, what is the range that this can cover?
Now, this device
The maximum range that one of a single unit can cover.
This device uses the PIR sensor, that's this here over here, and it has a range of about 10 meters. Now, if this device is used on an acre of land, you require about 24 of these devices. So, yes, round the perimeter of the location and to cover 360.
Somebody's within the range or within your farm. So what else would the innovation do?
It sends you a notification.
Is that all?
Yes, that's way that you can use to alert the police or whatever.
And then this particular device, how did you build it or source it or buy it? Did you import it?
Most of the devices are in-sourced, but the microprocessor was imported.
What do you mean by in-sourced?
They were bought in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. By yourselves?
Yes, and we programmed them.
And then the software or platform that the owner interfaces with, who designed that?
We designed it ourselves.
You designed it yourselves, yes, the website?
Yes, sir.
Is this mobile friendly or it has to be a system?
It's mobile friendly also.
You can use it on your phone?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, it uses light?
Sir?
Does it use light?
Yeah, it also has
night vision. That means that when there's no light, that's blackout darkness. These are infrared lights. These are infrared lights, and this is the camera over here, so it can see in the dark, complete darkness. Yes, these are infrared lights.
How do you power it?
How do you power it?
Currently, it works with batteries. The batteries are very low powered because the device is very low powered because it only comes on when there is motion. So the batteries can be taken out once in 6 months. But if there's very high activity on the farm, it will take about 3 months.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have 3 minutes.
So I want to ask, you have this round perimeter of the farm, and see that there will be rainfall, sunlight. So how durable is this? How durable?
Okay, this packaging is not it's not waterproof particularly, but we intend on using the packaging ingress protection code IP65. It prevents against dust and water penetration into the device.
So farmland that gets submerged in water.
So,
So a farmland that is flooded can literally,
so
this can to destroy.
it won't affect it.
It won't affect, to still be functional.
Yes. This particular prototype isn't, but our design using
Okay.
ingress protection 6.5 will prevent it against that. It will be mounted. It will be mounted.
Force of nature, wind, and all of that.
No, once properly mounted.
But a human can easily knock it off intentionally.
Yes, but then the device will detect that, and the farmer will be aware in real time.
But it will stop the animal from knocking it off.
But he will be aware. It doesn't matter. It uses GSM to notify.
Okay. Any demonstration?
This is 2G.
GSM. Well, in Nigeria, that is kind of rare because 2G is.
So it's depending on the network.
Yes. Yes. If this device runs on 2G, I mean, it doesn't require like very strong network. Just requires very little network.
Okay. Prototype. Again, any demonstration? Yes, still we should.
Does it record?
Yes, it does.
It records.
Let me
Yes, sir.
just display the
It
live-
captures and
the live
records.
stream.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me just display the live stream.
Yes, sir.
How many minutes left? No, we are.
So we have a live stream here on the website. And it is that color because it's infrared camera.
Thank you.
Good day, judges. I'm Sharon, and this is Caleb, my team member. We are Team Novos, and we're from Babcock University. Currently, the country is facing insecurity issues, especially with the Fulani headsmen and farmers' clash. This is the main reason why our innovation was brought to life. I'd love to hand over the mic to my partner.
The name of our system is a smart solar powered irrigation system. It's a system that automatically irrigates a farmer's land based on the moisture level. This is the solar panel which charges the battery, and the battery powers the system. A microcontroller is inside the system that manages the whole operation of the system. Yes. The system connects to the internet, requires internet connection in order for it to send signal to the IoT device, the farmer's device, in order for the farmer to monitor the operations of the farm. The system uses a soil moisture sensor to detect the moisture level of the soil. The system checks if the moisture level is less than 50. If it's less than 50, it irrigates the farm. If it's above 50, it stops. Currently, there is a display on this device in case the farmer goes to the farm to see to monitor to see the operation of the system to know if it's working or not. The light here currently shows indicates the moisture level. If it's below 50, it shows a red light. If it is above, if it's in the range of 50 to 75, it shows a blue light. And if it's above 75, it shows a green light. So if I should put on the IoT device, the farmer has two options. He has the option to set the system into automatic or set it into manual. If it's on automatic, we can change the mode from here. So if we put the moisture detector here, and this is the temperature sensor also. It's on. Okay, to know that the solar panel is on, there is an indicator here to show that the solar panel is on. Sometimes it takes 10 to like 20 seconds for it to start irrigation. It's pumping now. So if we move the moisture sensor to, it stops. The switch below is to power the battery in case to minimize um, storage. So if we set the mode to manual, it gives the farmer the flexibility to pump the soil by himself from any part of the world. So I should change the mode and I click on pump. And also, there's a display for you to switch on the display on the device and also switch it off. So I can switch off the display from here. Okay. Sometimes the farmer might not be satisfied with the irrigation of the system. So he might want to irrigate it manually based on what it says. That's why we gave the farmer the option to manually control the irrigation from his phone. And also, the data gotten from the sensors is stored in a cloud database, so we can sell to researchers for data analytics and prediction. We the company, yes, software development. For the hardware
And the
implementation,
research for the
for the
soil thing,
research,
I think you should take off from here. So let's hear from you.
Okay, sir. So the soil moisture is 102%, and it's not going to pump because it's not less than 50. Okay. Okay. So the automatic, when you switch it to the automatic mode, the system senses what you have on ground because it irrigates automatically. So whenever your moisture is less than 50, it irrigates your farmland. And when it's above 50, it stops because it senses that you have enough water in your farmland for your crop to grow. So if we are going to switch it to the manual mode, the farmer gets the notification, but it is still irrigated as he taps the buttons on the mobile device.
Okay, so a quick question. The farmer's system needs the internet before he can operate the system.
Yes, sir.
What if there's no data or internet access?
Well, inside the microcontroller, we've configured more than 3 networks. So even if one is failing, another one will be up.
So that's 3 networks, 3 SIM cards.
Yes.
All right.
So let me. So it must work with network.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to also ask the indicator, or the what did you call that?
The
The sensor.
sensors.
So is it dependent on different crops need different levels of watering or irrigation, correct? So is that configured into this to know if it's maize, if it's yam, if it's vegetable, the water level that it needs, or it's just generally once it's above 50, below 50, that's all?
It is in our scalable design, sir.
Okay, so it's not here, it's not here yet.
No, it's not.
Audience are farmers.
Yes, sir.
And for instance, if you market this to my mother in the village and doesn't know how to use internet, how will she understand your device?
We always put farmers through. We always put them through the indicators. And of course, for farmers who are not so literate, we definitely define it. We spell it out for them. Then for farmers that will not have internet, we'll definitely organize that because these days you have something like Fiber One, you have which is wireless, and also you can also we can these days the lowest citizen at least has a smartphone.
So if you say your mother.
We recommend.
Okay,
You recommend the device for his
just
mother.
recommend that. What is the maintenance strategy you have? How do you maintain them?
Okay.
Good morning, panel of judges. My name is Sunday Roots. My name is Ruth Sunday, and here with me is my partner John Ailiso, and we'll be talking about scalable power generator. Electricity generation in Nigeria started in 1896, and ever since we've had issues with the power sector in Nigeria. The power sector in Nigeria has faced different challenges, and even till today, we are still struggling with the power sector. In the year 2020, the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El Rufai, said that the power sector of Nigeria is broken as the government has spent 1.7 trillion naira trying to support the sector since 2017. Also, according to the World Bank report of April 2021, businesses in Nigeria lose about 29 billion naira annually as a result of lack of electricity. And so, because of the problems we have seen in Nigeria, the problems with electricity that reside in Nigeria, we came up with a device that can actually power appliances when there's power failure. So, yes, this is our device. And then this is our device. It is easy to use, it is noiseless, compared to we know that we have different competitors. Like one of them are the solar power, and then we have the generators. But then the advantage that this has over those is that, for example, solar panels are expensive. To configure a solar panel of about 1 kVA, we need about 310,000 naira. And to configure this is 750 watt. We made use of 30,000 naira, and you can see that the difference is wide. For the solar panel, an average Nigerian will not be able to afford the solar panel. Take for instance a barber who wants to start a shop, and then he's low on funds and things like that. He cannot afford the solar panel because that is just the start of the business. But this is more affordable.
Okay, so can you talk more about the device?
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Um, this device is a device that makes use of piezoelectric effect. Also, we designed it in a way that we can use electromagnetism. Now, we have different sectors or sections for our device. The agitator, where we have a comparator that is connected to it. Now, the comparator looks at when the magnet moves over the coil, over the tons of coil
Can a
there.
demonstration be going on while you're talking? Is that possible?
Okay, it's just a switch. We just have to switch it on and show how it works. So yes, when it does that, sir. All right, sir. Yeah, when it does that, it moves from that part. We have a comparator there. Then it moves to the oscillator. The oscillator also has a preamp stage. Now, this preamp stage takes the voltage. There's a current, a current that is being generated when the magnet moves over the coil of 1.37 milliamperes. Then it at the preamp state, it increases it so that the power transistor can be able to function and give the transformer what the transformer needs. And then the transformer then multiplies it. And we are using a 012 center tap transformer. And then it transforms it and give us 220 volts generally that we need. So let me just quickly show us the demonstration of this project. Now, when we have a switch here, we turn it on to show how easy it is for us to use. If you look at this setup, we have two different segments connected together. We have the piezoelectric section, and we have the automatic section, which automatic section, which makes use of this motor here that we've designed for it to work. Now, as soon as pressure comes on, you see a green light that comes on, showing us and telling us that, oh, at this moment of time, when the magnet comes in contact with the coil, there is a generation of electricity. Now, the future plan of this is we see implementing this kind of system or this kind of device on walkways and high roads where we can be able to connect this so that when vehicular pressure and human pressure comes upon it, there will be constant generation of electricity. Now, to solve that in a house where there is low traffic, like low movement in the house, just maybe from the bed to the bedroom to the wardrobe and all of those movements, we decided to create a self-oscillating system where as soon as you turn this on, we make use of a motor that will make the magnet begin to move above the coil. Now, when the magnet does this, it resets our timer. We are using a 555 timer. The 555 timer is meant, we set it in a way that after 1 minute, if there is a contact with the magnet, it resets itself. So if there's no magnet contact with the coil, for 1 minute, there's no flow of electricity. And so this is the basic problem, this is the basic idea of the project. Now, I would like to connect our device, and show us the capacity or what it can do right now as it is working. Now I've connected the extension, and we will turn on the light to show that this is the system that is actually powering these particular bulbs. Now, based on our calculations, we're able to get that this system is able to generate 750 watts of energy, of power, 750 watt power, yeah. And Based on that, means that we can connect 12 bulbs, 3 fans, a 50-inch LED TV that makes use of 150 watt of electricity, and basically home appliances. So it is meant, at this moment, it is meant for domestic use, for small, medium scale size business. So
Thank you
that's
very
the
much.
yes.
So please, what is piezo electricity in layman's English?
Okay, yes, thank you very much, sir. Piezo electricity in layman's languages. Piezo is the word pressure, squeeze, press. So piezo electricity means generating electricity by pressing or squeezing. Now, when we started out for this project, we were using a piezoelectric transducer, of which is a small disc, and it was giving us just 2 volts.
Go on.
Okay, so it's giving us just 2 volts, and that 2 volts is not enough for our desired output. So we came up with how can we use that word piezoelectricity to generate? How can we use the word piezoelectricity to serve what we have in mind? And then we came about with this adding pressure as soon as the magnet comes in contact with the coil. So adding pressure to this will make this. Now this is supposed to be an external sector, an external kind of system, but due to time factor, we were not able to do that. And while we're still moving forward in developing our prototype to suit what we want, we now say that, okay, instead of going manual, why don't we do mechanical? So that's where we came about this idea that the
So
magnets
what
move
is
over
causing this agitator to function?
Sir?
What's causing the agitator to function?
The motor, sir.
Doesn't that need power?
Sir?
Does that not need power?
Oh yes, beautiful. That's the reason why we have the battery. We have a 12 volts battery and the 18 ampere hour battery. Now that battery is meant to serve all the components within this system to make it function, sir. So how's the battery? Oh yes, we have an auto coupler that is connected right here. Is a white cable there. Now it's connected to the output that's coming from the transformer. Now that output, if you can see it clearly, that's what made it transparent. There's a brown and white cable, which is also connected back to the battery to self-charge it, to self-charge, so that
Like
it
an
continue in a
alternator?
circle. Yes, sir.
Like an alternator?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Sir, your question.
The duration of what?
Battery life.
Oh, yes. This is a deep cycle battery, and we are sure that this is a deep cycle battery. Yes. Now, the minimum lifespan we are looking at this for this battery to work before a replacement or before any function, any issues is 3 years.
What problem are you trying to solve?
We are trying to solve electricity, the problem of generating of electricity in Nigeria. Yes, sir.
And this is a 750.
This is a 750 watts generating set.
Is it scalable?
Yes, it's very scalable. Yes, sir.
So like what?
Sir?
So like what? What do
We
you
can
think
scale it up to 1.5 volts, 2.5, 2.2 volts. As our plan is, we've made this as a prototype. We still intend to scale it upward. If we are to scale it upward, we were just going to change the power transistors. The same system will remain the same. Now you might be observing, why is this system this big? While we were designing this system, because the prototype, we were having a full oscillation of this our motor moving and coming close to the board. So as we looked at it further and further, the main point is just for the magnet to come across the coil. So we were able to get it and see that, okay, this can actually happen in this small space. So previous time, we will look at compressing and
You were
bringing
saying
it
something
portable.
about human movement.
Yes, sir.
So what's the contribution of the
Okay,
human
yes,
movement?
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, sirs. My name is Franklin, and my teammate here, Dagban, and together we're team ECO from Yaba College of Technology. Now, in ECO, yes, Yaba College of Technology. With food insecurity being a major contributor to the problem of global economy, I and my teammates, Franklin and Dogban, we've encountered on different studies and research, bringing in knowledge of IoT, electronics, deep learning, cloud computing, AI, to create this device or this system that can tackle the annual yield that farmers lose every year. So research has it that about 40% of crop yield is lost every year, and this is amounting to $220 billion in dollars. Now, how do we solve it? We've incorporated this device and we've made our system in two forms. Our system is coming in the form of an hardware and a software. Now, this system can communicate through different models, such as SIM model, Wi-Fi, infrared. Now, what we do in this system is we have a soil sensor and we have it connected to IoT devices. Now, this soil sensor is inserted into the soil, and when it's inserted into the soil, it takes the soil information such as temperature, humidity, pressure, and NPK levels, such as fertilizer levels. So, my teammates will now brief you on how this information is taken from the soil, and now it is communicated through these different modules which we've listed out: SMS, Wi-Fi, or infrared.
Thank you. Um, our device is our device consists of some sensors such as the NPK sensor, the temperature sensor, humidity sensor, and also the moisture sensor. This device gets the nitrogen level, the potassium level, the phosphorus level of the soil, making the farmer to know the amount of nutrients in the soil and also the kind of fertilizer he should apply to his soil. Also, this device has a temperature sensor which measures the temperature of the soil. And when there is an increase in temperature of the soil, this device is capable of um, irrigating the farm, therefore reducing the temperature of the soil. And also, we have the moisture level sensor, which measures the moisture level of the soil and compares it with the moisture level of the plant. So if the moisture level of the soil is lesser than what the plant requires, this device is able to trigger the irrigation system of the farm. So with this, the irrigation system waters the farm, and once the moisture level is enough for the plant, this device automatically turns off the irrigation system, and um, this device collects all the soil, so collects all information from the soil, then transfer it to a cloud server, which we have here. So this these are other parameters from the soil. So this device, this is what we get from our own system. And with this, we know a layman, yo, sir? Yes, a layman cannot read it. So we get this device, then modify it, know what is going on the farm. Then we send SMS to the farmer by SMS module. So my teammate here will talk about the software.
So on the software aspect, the app, like I said, is incorporated. The device I said communicates with a software. Now from the software, we've enabled a high user-friendly interface that even an illiterate or a toddler can be able to understand all operations on the farm. Now from here, we can see the different temperature levels of the soil. It is now in our own obligation to train these farmers to understand that at a particular level, this your plant is not working fine. So we have the air temperature, the water contents, the pH value, the soil temperature, the moisture, all represented in percentage. Now this is a cassava plantation, as you can see. So what we do is we collect the farmer details beforehand, then we register them on this application. So we've declared our area of this farmland to be about 53 acres, and we've declared the last production to be about 1,200 kilograms. So what this system can also do is to enable farmers to measure their financial status. So I believe farming can only become a business when farmer can monetize or when farmer can monitor all the operations in the farm. Also, we've listed out operations every year from the farm. Here we see the production details of the farm from January to December 2019. So farmer can be able to ascertain that, yes, I'm increasing my crop yield, I'm making gain, or I'm making profit, or I'm making loss. Now the app has different interface. From the app, we can also have a live stream. Now, this live stream enables you to see everything that happens in your farm anywhere you are in the world. And this live stream can communicate details to you through different modules I've mentioned earlier: SMS, Wi Fi, or infrared. So, this is a brief example of live stream. Now, this device is here sensing all what is happening on the farm. To enable this device to perform to perform very well, we can incorporate a camera which will connect to the system. So from there, the device picks the input from the extensive camera and directs it to the system. This device can also record, and we have incorporated also an SD database where the farmer can save every recordings every day and can use it to take precautions or to do whatever I want to do on the farm. Now, another very beautiful thing about these devices is incorporated with AI. We can check for crop pests and disease at an early rate, and we can predict and prevent. Now, all this information gotten over time can be sent to research agencies such as the IITA, the FIPRO, so that they can be able to prevent diseases or prevent upcoming diseases from coming. Like we have the incidents of tomato, we have the incidents of onions. If the device have been in place before now, farmers can be able to predict that, okay, this is what is happening to my crop, and these are ways I can use to improve and prevent diseases. Also, we've incorporated, like I said, an AI system that detects soil and pest diseases or soil and pest diseases. Yeah. So from here, you have a potato farm that is diseased with that's infected with pests, and we have the healthy ones. Now, what we do now is we can scan this thing with our device. Any farmer, even if it's illiterate, what we just do is through our field agents, we can train them on how to take pictures on these infected crops. Now, let's take a sample of what we're talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the elaborate presentation. Uh, you have this set up. Did you plan to do any sort of demonstration of any sort, or what is the idea behind this setup here?
All right, for the soil detection, let us see what we're going to work out now. Now, we want to scan this plant and we'll ascertain that this plant is infected with pests. So what we do is we have to place our phone to scan. It is trained with, we've trained about 5,000 data that makes our efficiency wide and widely acceptable. So once we press and scan, we've captured. It will scan and tell us that this device is infected with pests and give us remedies so farmers can be able to prevent. Yeah, this is it. So in case of illiteracy, this device is incorporated with audio guide that we've also incorporated what we call an audio guide in pidgin language that everybody can understand. Yes. No. This is Ewedu. This is infected with temperature, high temperature. Sorry. Yeah, I'm having issues with.
Okay, so what just wanted to confirm something you said.
Yes, sir.
That the irrigation part of this your invention
Yes,
is
sir.
determined by the need of the crops. Is that what you said?
The irrigation.
Yes, it's determined by the need of the crop.
No, yes, yes.
What is sensing the need of
We have a moisture sensor incorporated in this device that can sense the exact content of moisture in this soil. And when it reaches a threshold value, it irrigates
Is
that
there
mat.
data in this to know that maize needs this irrigation?
You see, you're saying two things:
Yes, sir.
moisture of soil,
Yes.
and moisture need.
Of crop. Okay, the moisture need of crop is dependent on the moisture need of the soil. Because we've seen that loamy soil, clay soil, and sandy soil all have different moisture content. Loamy soil can be as far as 60, sandy soil can be as 40. So we are working basically on loamy soil because we use loamy soil to plant. So we've reached our threshold value to be about 40. So once it gets to 40,
So it's not based on the need of the crop, it's based on the moisture of the soil.
yes. No, our device is dynamic. We can incorporate any other thing to suit the need at that particular point. So when we still have a standing, so we can increase our threshold value for this device.
Thank you very much, judges, and thank you, contestants. So we're done with the prototype stage of the competition. So we are going to start the event formally now. Can we rise up for the national? Can we rise for the national anthem, please? Arise, O compatriot, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say welcome to the the Western Regional Finals of the STIC competition. Welcome the VC of Covenant University is supposed to be here, but he's not here, so we'll welcome him in absentia, Professor Abiodun H. Adebayo. Welcome the General Manager, Capacity Building, NCDMB, Dr. Amai Kuru. Welcome faculty guides representing the Vice Chancellors of Babcock University, Anchor University, Taishulan University of Education, Yaba College of Technology. Welcome our distinguished panel of judges, staffs of NCDMB, our contestants, the audience, as well as the cheerleaders. Welcome to the Western Regional Competitions, and as well as our volunteers and actors volunteers. Thank you so much for the effort. We welcome you as well. So to kick off the competition, we are going to have opening remarks by the General Manager, Capacity Building, NCDMB, Dr. Amai Kuru, please.
Thank you very much. The country director and actors, the faculty representatives of the various universities present here, the management and representatives of Covenant University, my colleagues from the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, gentlemen of the press, invited guests, you're all welcome. I'm very delighted to be here with you and to be particularly at the Covenant University. At the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, our job is to grow Nigerian inventions, Nigerian innovations, Nigerian entrepreneurship, and Nigerian services in the oil and gas industry. So some years ago, we sat back and we asked ourselves a simple question. How do we bring the universities on? Because we cannot achieve our objective without working with the universities. Indeed, the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University this morning aptly put it that the universities are really factories of knowledge. And I believe that you guys have the lighthouses that will bring us to the port of knowledge that will deliver what we need to make the difference in our job in local content development. My executive secretary would have loved to be here himself to give this address, but duty will not permit him to be with us. Yeah. So I'm very delighted to be with you. In getting to this place today, I believe I passed through many valleys of poverty to come here by road. which underscores what we are trying to do today. Yeah, you get to the market for the poor. And when you get to the market for the poor, people eat, you will call it pomo, right? Yeah. And then the tomato is always rotten, or the pepper is not well maintained. The vegetable frazzled and things are not in order. And we've lived like this, we've been enslaved to this backwardness for so many decades. And the people are asking, where are our scientists? Where are our innovators? Where are the engineers? You know, the job of engineers and scientists to adapt nature to the needs of mankind, not so. And all of you are in one word, the other scientists and engineers. And we cannot point our forebears to say that generation failed us because we are the guys on the spot now. So what can we really do to make a difference? What can we bring to the fore? What can we put on the table? So for us at the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, our job is well carved out by the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act of 2010. And that job requires that we bring Nigerians to deliver services in the industry. The oil and gas industry is really a highly technology intensive industry. Yeah, the technologies we used 5 years ago in doing analyzing seismic, in doing designs and co, they have all changed. The age of digitalization has changed everything, and we need to keep pace. And to keep pace, we have to start from the university to teach people the new codes, the new science, and the new knowledge that they need to cope with the industry. So working with you today gives me great pleasure that actually you are all braced up to meet with most of the challenges that we are facing. The Enactus competition is not so much about winning, but if you think that we started with over 500 innovations, and today we've whittled that down to the last 6. At the end of today's event, we'll have the last 6. So it's not so much about winning. It's more about motivation to invent, to innovate, to do stuff in Nigeria. And I believe you can. I believe you can make a difference. I mean, we are talking about the finance guys or the IT guys that did the locally made software that they sold for so many millions of dollars. And we're talking about Nigerian companies being quoted on the New York Stock Exchange. And we believe maybe we've reached our zenith, but it's only the beginning. Yeah? Mark Zuckerberg came here because he has faith that in this place there is something about to happen. The knowledge we need to move the world forward is in this place. And for us as a board, we want to work with you. Yeah? We want to ensure that it goes beyond just the presentations you are making here. The compelling innovations will help you to incubate them, will help you to walk them to the market. But you just have to do something. You know, I have a friend who tells me that God has always been trying to help him, but God has been looking for where to help him. Because if you are doing something, then God will come into that thing that you are doing to say, let me help you multiply this a millionfold or 100-fold. If you multiply 0 by a millionfold or 100-fold, what will you get? Is 0. So we have to do stuff. We have to stand up as Nigerians to ensure that we are getting things done. As a board, we've been trying to work with the universities to improve research and development in the universities and to improve learning in the universities. We have put aside $50 million in the first instance to support research and development in the universities. So if you have a compelling research and all of that, we have a clear process on our website on how to approach that fund. And we have a council that will approve that fund for you to utilize that to support research. For those that have winning products, products that can be internationally competitive, we have the Nigerian Content Development Fund, which we invested with the Bank of Industries, about $250 million. I'm not quoting billions here because we have just started small. But that money will go a long way in helping you come up with products that will change and support what we are trying to do in Nigerian content development. We're also supporting the universities in the area of infrastructure because technology is rapidly changing the things that we do. So we want the universities to have, we don't want an infrastructure excuse. So in some universities, based on our limited resources, we are trying to put modern laboratories in some universities. We are trying to help some lecturers. We are establishing professorial chairs already in some universities. And we have a program we call Adopt a Faculty, where operators in the oil and gas industry will adopt faculties in the university and support them to actually bring to the fore the product of their research and development and things like that. Yeah. At the lower level, at the level of vocational education, some years ago, we carried out a study in 3 states, 3 key states, Rivers, Bayelsa, and Akwa Ibom State, to know, see more about the state of vocational education in those states. And what we found was quite revealing. Those things are not being maintained, are not being funded, and the teachers are not ready to move us into the fourth industrial revolution. And as a result, we started embarking on the upgrade of those facilities. We are renewing the schools, we are giving them new workshops, we are training their teachers to be able to teach them. And I think with time, we're actually going, initially we started with the 3 states, but now I think we're in more than 10 states trying to do things. We're also training teachers, we take teachers, we want them to have new knowledge. Just 2 weeks ago, we called teachers to give them a new teaching aid based on technology that will help them to have standardized curriculum and then standardized maybe a pedagogy and approach to teaching science. So we think that if we continue with that path, we'll probably narrow the gap in terms of science and technology teaching across universities in the country. It's not so much about telling you what we are doing. The issue is to what effect, what impact has it got? And we'll see the impact in all of you. Yeah. So if we have Nigerian graduates that can stand up to say, yes, we can, we'll develop the next electric car, we'll develop the next big deal that will change the world, then it's really going to have impact and people can see the impact. The science, technology, and the innovation challenge, which you are all part of now, and which is at the regional stage, is our own effort at ensuring that all of you have a say and you can show up your product. It's not a case of saying, I invented this, if only I got the help from somebody, maybe it would have hit the world stage. The ball is in your court. Show us what you can do, and we'll support you to succeed. So that said, I look forward to a good competition today. I believe all of you are winners. Getting to this stage, it's clear that all of you are winners. Yeah, and it's true, only 2 schools will emerge from the stage today. But believe you me, it's to not be the end of your story, because we'll also inventorize the things that you presented here today. But I look forward to somebody from this zone and from this competition eventually emerging a world winner and the Nigerian winner and things like that. So just give it their best shot. For all the others that have decided to spend their time with us today, I thank you and I welcome all of you to the Western Regional Finals of the 2020-2021 Inactus NCDMB Science, Technology, and Innovation Challenge. So thank you all so very much and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Amaikuru, the General Manager and Capacity Building, STIC. So at this point, we'll call the country director in Actors Nigeria to take a few minutes to share the journey thus far. So how far we've come with the STIC so that we get a sense of where we're at. Thank you. Michael Ajayi, please.
Well done. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Or is it still morning? I've lost track of time. Morning. Thank you to all our judges who have been traveling around the country with us to ensure consistency in the assessment. Special remarks or thanks to the faculty guides representing all the vice chancellors or rectors, as the case may be. And also that are here today. So we thank you for supporting the students, encouraging them, challenging them to reach for their highest potentials. And thank you for bringing them here with these mind-blowing innovations. And to the students and contestants, well done. We've seen some great things, not just here, but also in the previous regional competitions. So quickly, for the benefit of those who may not have the details of the journey that we have been on, we'd just like to quickly do this in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So the Science and Technology Innovation Challenge, is there a way I can control this? So you have to do it for me. Okay. So you have to get into my mind to know exactly when I need to move forward. Okay. So, of course, as all of you here understand that STIC is an acronym for Science and Technology Innovation Challenge. So this whole program started, I think, 2 or 3 years ago when we opened up the conversation. And thank God today, after so many months, it has come to fruition and further delayed by the pandemic as well. However, like I said, we're here now. So it all started formally at Radisson Blue Hotel VI in Lagos. That was the official launch. And at that time, that event was both the launch and a press conference. And it brought together top industry leaders from across industries in Nigeria. It also brought diplomatic corps representatives, particularly the U.S. Embassy, that participated in the program, right? But just speaking to the slide now, this is an overview of what the entire program looked like, from the stakeholders engagement all the way to the regional competition, and next will be the boot camp starting in a few weeks. Yeah, so I was already talking about the launch and call for application. The picture, go ahead, there's some information on this side. The picture you have there is a representative of the panel session that we had, which was themed Inspiring Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And we had the Executive Secretary of NCDMB there, along with the MD of Bank of Industry, the former MD CEO of Sahara Group, who joined us from somewhere. And we also had the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund speaking at that event. Now, shortly afterwards, we officially declared the event, the Science and Technology Innovation Challenge opened. And what that meant was from the 19th of November all the way to 31st of January, we received 511 applications. Out of these 511 applications, 176 made it through. The remaining did not, for obvious reasons, and I'll state some of them. Some of the students tried to play smart. So the competition, one of the rules is you must enter as a team of two. So we had instances where some students tried to enter as two people, even though it was one person. So my name is Michael Ajayi. I'll put that here. For the next one, I'll put Ajayi Michael. Or something similar to that. So we identified some of those entries. Some other entries that didn't make it were those that did not carry the name of the institutions, and several other things that went wrong. And I'm saying this so that for subsequent editions, those of you that are students here will pay attention to these details, because otherwise you'll be disqualified. Out of all of that, 176 entries made it through to the first stage of the screening. These are the ones that qualified. When we got to the screening process, a total of 156 man-hours was invested over a 3-week period by 64 professionals from different fields to review and rank the 176 successful applications using a 3-stage process. At the end of the 3-week period, the top 5 innovations per region were identified. I said all of these in less than 1 minute, but that was some tedious work done by those 64 professionals over a 3-week period, right? And some of them are here today. Yes, some of them are here. Yes, serving as judges all the way. So special thank you to those of you. The outcome of that intensive screening process was the top 5 from each of the region. As you can see, from Northern region, we had University of Ilorin, represented by Frigo. We had University of Jos and all of that. And then from the Southern and Eastern region, we also had all of those 5. And now in the Western region, we have all these 5 that are here. So From the northern region, we have the following teams who have emerged because we've held the regional competition at northern, southern, yes, northern and southern regions. Can we move forward? Northern region, I think it was Team Frigo. Tell me, please. Okay, Team Ted and Team Questas from the top 5, right? And then from the southern and eastern region, we also had Team Exploit and DC Solar Energy Stove. So from those top 5, we also have these 2. And now we are in the western region, the last of the 3 regions, and the question is, who will emerge? Because there will be 2 teams that must emerge. Is it your team or your team? The question is who will emerge, and our judges are right here, ready to do justice to that. Yeah, let's go forward. After now, we'll be looking at what next, right? So next steps will be the boot camp, and immediately after the boot camp will hold in June, and immediately after the boot camp will come the grand finale. The boot camp will also actually culminate into the grand finale, and after the grand finale, we will then move on to the next important stage, which is business incubation. And this is particularly important. Now, at this point, only 2 teams of the 6 that are going to the boot camp will remain, right? At that point of business incubation, those 2 will then be given access to training and finance to be able to take these ideas and transform them into sustainable businesses. Because everything we've been doing thus far is to identify the top 2 innovations that have the potentials of becoming the best business, the most sustainable and successful businesses, so that we can invest more effort in them and transform them. The goal of the entire program, like I just stated, is to challenge the Nigerian youth to create homegrown but science-based, innovative, and technology-driven business solutions that address our pressing everyday problems, accelerate reverse innovation, create wealth, and provide job opportunities for the growing number of unemployed people in Nigeria. And we all agree that there is serious unemployment here. While this will not create the employment we need in Nigeria today, we would have sown a seed that will yield the much required fruits in the coming weeks, coming months, and coming years. So this is the goal, and this is what we are pursuing. And again, I want to thank all of you, particularly the students, for putting in all of your efforts to get us here. Our hope is to move to the next stage, which is the boot camp, the grand finale, and the what do you call it now? The boot camp. So thank you again. And all right, I've been informed that the VC has now arrived. So just
So welcome the. So thank you, Michael Ajayi, for taking us through how far we've come with the STIC competition. At this point, I would like to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Covenant University, Professor Abiodun H. Adibayo, for the welcome remarks. We're in your institution, and we welcome us all.
Good morning, everyone. The country director of Enactus, Mr. Michael Ajay, the rep of the Director General of the Nigerian Content Monitoring Board, who is ably represented here by one of the General Manager, and other team members from the NCMB and members of Enactus group that came here, staff of Covenant University here present, and the contestants from 5 universities here present. I'm aware University of Ibadan is here, and the other 4 universities here present. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like again to welcome you to Covenant University, the birthplace of kings and queens, popularly called Hebron. On behalf of the Chancellor and Chairman Board of Regents of our university, Dr. David O. Oyedepo, it is my pleasure to welcome everyone here present at this first Science and Technology Innovation Challenge regional competition being organized by NACTOS Nigeria in conjunction with the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB. The objective of this competition is to challenge the undergraduate students of Nigerian tertiary institutions to provide solutions to some of our challenges as a nation. You are all aware that Nigeria is burdened with a number of issues, ranging from economy issues, security issues, banditry everywhere, agriculture, name it. But increasing globalization has made it necessary for countries to take measures to protect their economies through geared at entrenching local solutions to developmental challenges, seeks to encourage inclusiveness and integration of the various sectors of the economy to ensure that the country and its people benefit from her endowed resources. It also seeks to promote local employment and the use of local goods and services so that a country's citizens are involved throughout the entire supply chain of the economy. Our desired outcomes include the increase of domestic capabilities and competencies over time, improvement of national technological capacities, and equal distribution of wealth across the country. In our effort at developing homegrown solutions, the role of universities cannot be overemphasized. Universities are vital and powerful drivers of global innovations, and economic development. It was Nyerere in 1970 that aptly defined a university as an institution of higher learning, a place where people's minds are trained for clear and independent thinking, analysis, and problem solving at the highest level. As a university, Covenant is committed to solving existential problems, creating technological products, and producing new technology or new knowledge that can be adapted for economic, political, and social improvement. The Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board and Enactors must be commended for this initiative to seek the undergraduates in order to empower them, the youth and the universities, to apply science and technology to creating homegrown, innovative, technology-driven business solutions to address some of our pressing issues as nation. Covenant Enactors has been at the forefront of developing homegrown solutions. The Covenant team in 2019 represented Nigeria at the international front of the Enactors competition, which was held in 2019 at the Silicon Valley, California, United States of America. And the Covenant team defended the national championship They won in 2019 successfully with the Pet City project in the 2020 edition. And the Pet City project, which is focused on transforming single-use plastic, that is specifically plastic bottles and nylon waste, into interlocking bricks suitable for road construction. The Pet City Bricks project was recently selected as the winner of this year's International Sustainable Campus Network Excellence Award in the whole system approach category. The award will be presented on May 20, 2021. In Switzerland, high-ranking universities had won the Global International Sustainable Campus Network Awards, which began in 2009, and Covenant University became the first African university to win this award. The BRICS had previously won the Professor Ayodele Owojobi Design Competition in 2020. Once again, the university is delighted to host this regional competition, and we continue to promote the ideals of enactors for the transformation of national growth and development. And I'd like to wish every team here a very good success and looking forward to the results of this competition. Thank you and God bless you. Please, shall we rise? On behalf of the Chancellor and Chairman Board of Regents of Covenant University, Dr. David O. Oyedepo, I'd like to declare and formally declare this Science Technology Innovation Challenge regional competition held at Covenant University this day, May 11, 2021, opened in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Abiodun Humphrey Adebayo, the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University. At this point, we are about to kick off the competition with the presentations, and I'd like to invite to proceed with this stage the Senior Programs Officer for Enactors Nigeria, Mr. Raphael Anagbe, please.
Thank you very much, Lola. As announced, my name is Raphael Anagbe, and I work for Enactors Nigeria. So I will be serving as the Science, Technology, and Innovation Challenge Competition Coordinator today. And I'm going to take a few minutes to take us through the do's and the don'ts before the competition begins. Thank you. Once again, a very big thank you to the distinguished judges. For some of them, as the country director mentioned, it's been a marathon for them. They've been at the northern region, the southern region, and today they're here at the western region. Congratulations. Let us please put our hands together for our judges. So just as I said, I would like to take just a minute to remind you of a few things as we get started this morning. And this is directed, very important, to the judges. Each of you must be present during the entire presentation made by each team in order for your votes to be counted. The individual team evaluation forms in green colors are your main guide for evaluating each team. Please remember that there is a space provided on the forms for comment, and you're highly encouraged to make comments for the teams. We will leave time between each presentation in which you can continue to expand upon these comments. All judging decisions are to be made independently. If you have any questions today about the process or your role as a judge, please address those questions to me or a member of the Enactor staff only. All individual team evaluations and results from today's competition are to be kept completely confidential. The teams will receive your evaluation forms to reflect on how to continue improving the impact of your programs, and winners of the competition today will be announced later at the award ceremony. The question and answer session should be used for asking clarifying questions about projects or items presented during the team's presentation. Would everyone please, at this moment, check their cell phones and other devices? I'll allow 30 seconds for that. Please check your cell phones and other devices to ensure they are turned off and put away. We want to make sure every team has our undivided attention for their presentation. Distinguished judges, please help me welcome the team incandescent from the Taishulerin University of Education with their faculty guide, Dr. Lawal Abiodun. Whilst he remains seated on his seat, the two contestants will be on the stage to make their presentation. Thank you. And before you start the presentation, you have 10 minutes for your audiovisual presentation, and the judges have 10 minutes for the and the question and answer session, and thereafter, your presentation time will elapse, and you have 2 minutes to set up. Just a minute. So whilst we have both 10 minutes for your audiovisual presentation and 10 minutes for Q&A, we will actually remind you when you have just 2 more minutes left. Are we together? Okay. So please, I will need a volunteer from the Covenant University and Actors team to take the lectern off the stage. Thank you. So team incandescent from the Taishulerin University of Education, you may now begin your presentation.
Have you ever imagined was struggling to leave mints? What you see here is a baby struggling for its life. According to a report by World Health Organization in 2019, 2.4 million babies died of jaundice, and annually, 100,000 babies die of the same problem. And in Nigeria presently, Nigeria is currently ranked second highest country in the world for high infant mortality rate. And over 6 million babies that are born do not receive phototherapy treatment, which then result into mental retardation, cerebral palsy, and even death. Due to the infrastructural decay in the health sector, Nigeria still heavily relies on other countries for medical devices. And the international purchase of these devices, of course, is expensive and usually unaffordable to millions of hospitals in Nigeria. We are Team Incandescent. We're usually passionate about healthcare. And we constantly think of ways that we can provide innovative solution to healthcare challenges in Nigeria. And this is our first product, NeoCare. NeoCare is a solar-powered phototherapy device which has undergone extensive clinical trials and meets the American Academy of Pediatrics guideline for the treatment of jaundice. We combined the best exponential technology to develop the device, and it emits blue light at a wavelength of 460 nanometer. What this light does is that it penetrates into the baby's skin and breaks down bilirubin level, That is what actually causes jaundice. It breaks down the bilirubin level in the baby's blood, and it is excreted through urine or other forms of excreta. Our innovation offers doctors the unique opportunity to monitor and control these devices remotely via wireless connectivity, and then parents can care for the children from the comfort of their homes as our device comes with a mobile application which is user friendly. Our market strategy, our market target rather, we target the public and the private hospitals. Presently, there are over 1 million private hospitals and over 50,000 private hospitals.
Our total available market is 12 million, and our serviceable available market is 7 million, and our serviceable obtainable market is 1.2 million. Our business model is simple. We will generate sales from indirect purchase of our products and also the maintenance, after sales maintenance charge. The cost of production for our device is just 130,000 naira and we sell for 200,000 naira, leaving us the profit margin of 35%. By the year 2026, we would have generated a total revenue of 200 billion naira after the sales of 167 devices. Beyond the money we are generating, it is of global impact and social impact our enterprise is making to make sure that lives of baby of over 500,000 are saved annually. Also, we would also provide job opportunities with our innovations for mobile doctors to be employed in hospitals to foster the care of home service with the phototherapy device.
Okay, before I talk about our competitors, I just want to make something clear that by the year 2026, we would have generated 200 billion with the sales of, after the sales of 167,000 devices. So our competitors are Firefly Phototherapy and Neomed Lights, which are both international companies, but their devices are highly expensive and do not fit perfectly into the Nigeria market system because they totally rely on grid power supply. And of course, we know that the Nigerian electricity system is epileptic and that cannot really be relied on totally. Aside that, even our device is portable, it is reliable, it consumes low energy, it is solar powered, and it is user friendly as it comes with a mobile application.
To penetrate the markets, we will begin the sale of our products at a very competitive price and also build mutually beneficial partnership with health stakeholders like the Federal Ministry of Health, UNICEF, World Health Organization, United Nations. Our distribution channel is business to business and business to government. We will also set up an online store with existing e-commerce platform like Amazon, AliExpress, Walmart. With an estimate of 20 million naira, we would break even in 18 months after the sales of 100 devices.
We are a team of multidisciplinary individuals who are passionate about healthcare, who see potential in the sector, and possess the business and technical skills to enhance growth and development in the enterprise. Oluwatomilola is a biologist and is the co-founder and product lead in the enterprise. Adiola Downsi is a UI UX designer and she's also the co-founder in the enterprise. And Michael here is a computer scientist, a social entrepreneur, and he is the technical lead. And I'm Abosede, a project manager and a product designer. Aside those we work together as collaborators, we also have a team of business advisory boards who have over 40 years experience in building startups. Our innovation would solve SDGs 3, SDGs 8, SDGs 7. SDGs 3 stands for good health. SDGs 7 talks about clean energy. SDGs 8 talks about decent work and economic growth. SDGs 9 also is involved, which is innovation and infrastructure. And with the area of partnership, we will target SDGs 17, which is on partnership. We believe that an investment into rate treat services is an investment into better healthcare system in Nigeria and in Africa at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim Increscent. I'm going to ask questions as well as to also give some advice. Please, when you're making presentations, please be careful about the data you churn out because it's a sin. Because I don't see you guys generate 200. Do you know what it means to have 200 billion? Instead, in 5 years, you're going to generate 200 billion. I love your enthusiasm, to be honest, but it's not doable. We are all Nigerians. So please, when you're making presentation, just ensure that what you are saying is factual and it is something that you can achieve. Please take notes. And also, you gave us the data about the jaundice, with jaundice in Nigeria. And I think your school is in Djibouti, right? So how many children from Djibouti has jaundice?
All right, thank you very much, Sal, for that question. We've actually not specifically gone out to talk about to identify the number of children within Djibouti that has jaundice.
So now with that response, so what would have been your first at least line of contact with these products? Would have been from that area. So that's you see what I'm saying, that when you are giving out data and information, you need to be careful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I have two questions for you. The first is linked to what he asked. You mentioned being able to sell 100 devices that will enable you break even. Do you have an idea how many health centers, hospitals will buy from you monthly, or how many you plan to sell monthly?
So, thank you for the question, sir. Like we rightly stated, we said we have over 1 million private universities and 50,000 public health, hospitals, private hospitals, and also 500,000 and 50,000 public hospitals. So now we'll partner with these hospitals to sell our devices. Now this device would all cost 200,000 naira. So if we sell 100 devices, if we sell 100 devices, that is a sum of 20 million naira. I will break
No,
even
I
in 18
understand the
months.
mathematics. My question to you is about, do you have an idea of how many you will sell monthly? But if you don't, it's okay to say you don't have it. If you haven't done that study, it's fine. My second question is about the materials used for the treatment unit. Are they 100% locally sourced?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you run us through the major 4-5 components of that machine?
So, sir, I won't bring the
No,
device.
no, 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 no. Just from there, quickly. 4-5 off the top of your head.
Okay, the box, the outer layer of the box is made from taffeta. We can always get that in the market. We have the reflective sheet, that is the white thing showing inside the box. That's two. From the power pack as well, the batteries, they can be locally sourced. The indicators and the wires too, they can be locally sourced.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, I have two questions quickly. First of all, in relation to your markets, what's your marketing, what's your market penetration strategy? You've identified the people you want to sell to, and quite sincerely, some of your projections are quite bogus and full of a lot of assumptions. So I'm asking, what is the market penetration that will ensure that the people you want to sell to, that you're mentioning, why would they buy from you? So what's your market penetration strategy? That's one. And then your financial analysis. Again, as with most innovation or startups do, your cost is not just your production cost. Your marketing cost is not covered. You put up a 35% profit. You didn't cover your other costs. You just mentioned your production cost, your overhead running cost, your marketing cost. Or there are a lot of other costs involved, which would eventually reflect in your marketing in your financial analysis. None of that is covered. So I'll need a bit breakdown on your financial analysis. And primarily, what is your market penetration strategy?
So our market penetration strategy is we'll first start our business by our device is 69% more cheaper than other devices. So we use that as a vantage point for us where we talk to hospitals that our device is affordable at 200,000 naira, and you can also be incentivized by renting out these devices to your patient. So if the case of jaundice is not severe, is a mild case, you can actually take the device home to treat your babies, but the doctor has to approve it. So now taking this device home, you have to rent it from the hospitals, not from us. So we said directly to the hospitals, and the hospitals can rent out this device to patients. And also, we also make sales from maintenance fee, and we set up online platform on e-commerce sites, AliExpress, Alibaba, Amazon, Walmart, to foster international sales. So you're not just selling to Nigeria, we're also selling to other African countries, expressing this.
Sorry, and one other thing is that most of phototherapy devices that we have are things that has to be fixed to a spot. But our device is foldable and it's portable. So that would enable easy carriage for the parent that has been able to collect it from the hospital. It can only be given to a parent based on doctor's approval. So if the doctor approves it, the parent can carry it, not that the baby would be at home and the parent needs to attend to something in the office and will be trying to make balance between the two.
All right. Okay. All right. We need to first of all appreciate you for this your work. Right? But your is how are you different from your competitor? And how will you be able to sell your product than your competitor? That is one. The next one is what is the safety implication during the operation of this your prototype?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. In our presentation, we mentioned Firefly, phototherapy, and New Medlight as the present competitors in the market. Although their devices can be controlled by anybody, perhaps the person is an illiterate or the person is well learned, it can be controlled, but that could cause some obstacles, and it could cause, how do I want to put it? It could lead to dangers in most cases, because when you have this device at home, we have children all around. Since their device has to be fixed to a spot and it can be controlled by anybody, a little child can just go there and press a button that is not supposed to be, and the baby in the device, another thing is going to happen. So one advantage is that it can be carried by the parents. It is portable. So with that, the parent has close monitoring of the child. Nobody can just come and say, okay, I want to touch this, I want to touch that.
And also, in addition to that, our device is controlled wirelessly. So even the doctor in the hospital can monitor the progress of the treatment of jaundice. So as the parents are treating their babies at home, when it has been approved by a doctor, is also monitoring the progress. And also, you have mobile doctors who goes to these um, patients' home to treat the babies, to do the checkup.
The question I'm asking, for instance, I'm interested in that product. What will you do differently to convince me to buy your product? That's the question I'm asking. What will you do differently? Because I'm interested in that. I want to buy that. But because you want to market your product for me, so you will not tell me what you will do for you to be able to convince me to buy your product.
One of the things is that what we'll do, one, it has to start from the price. It will start from the price. Other devices, other phototherapy devices, they cost the regular phototherapy device costs 650,000 naira, but ours is just going for 200,000 naira. So it is cheaper and it can be afforded by a lot of hospitals in Nigeria, because from our presentation, we stated that many of the regular devices are hugely expensive, and as a result of that, the hospitals we have in the countries, some of them cannot afford it. So because our device is coming with just 200 naira as the sales price from us, a lot of hospitals can afford it and would have not just one, not just two in a single hospital, because they'll have the money to buy it.
Hello, yes. My question is this. What analysis did you make before determining the price of your device?
So
you said a unit is 200,000 naira.
Yes, to
right?
sell for
How did you
200,000.
determine 200,000 naira?
Yes, but the cost of production is 130,000 naira.
Okay. So what analysis do you actually make before fixing that price?
Okay, the cost of production, it deals with the components of the device. the solar panel we got, the batteries in the power pack itself, the indicators, the jaundice box, and other of the materials that was used in making the machine.
In addition to that,
There are additional listening costs,
yes, sir.
and my colleague here mentioned it. You may not have captured this additional cost. So how are you sure that you can make reasonable profit at that price?
Sir, the additional cost we incurred is the marketing costs, the transportation, the advertisement. So we included all that in our costs. So that's why we arrived
So
at.
inclusive of those costs, what are, so if you have production cost at 130, right? That was 135 or 130. So what's your marketing cost? Do you have a figure that you added all of that and you decided, you know what, with 200,000, our profit margin would be
35%.
35%. So how much are the other costs? What's the percentage of the other cost?
The cost is incurred in the cost of production. The other
Cost of
cost,
production is not marketing costs. It's not overhead costs. So what are the other costs? Which means there's no proper analysis of your costs.
So other
No, it's
costs.
okay if there's not. Don't worry, it's okay. If you just say we've not done that yet, it's fine. Just bringing it to your attention so that if you add up all the other costs and your total cost comes to 200 and something, what do? You can't sell at 200. You likely will not break even.
Yes, sir.
so I actually want to thank you very much, sir, for that. In the cost, perhaps it was the terminology that we used that's causing the misconception around it. To get the 130, we actually employed a tailor to sew the bag. So that was in the cost of production. We call the cost of production because
It is
that
cost
was
of production.
incurred
It is cost
in
of production.
it.
For your distribution, so if I want to distribute for you, how many percent will I get as a distributor? Is that factored into the 200,000 you're giving? You said your hospital will sell to the patient who needs it.
We rent.
No, we
Okay.
rent.
They won't
We
sell.
rent to the
So what
patient
would the
that needs
hospital
it.
make from it? Is that factored into your cost?
No, the side of the hospital renting out to patients is not part of our
Part of our analysis.
analysis. It's just to incentivize the hospital so that they can purchase the device more from us, so that when other people want to rent it, and when other patients don't want to treat their baby at the hospital due to bed shortage of space, and this condition of the jaundice is not severe, then they can take the device home on no impingement.
My challenge is because it's a business, you must pay very close attention to the cost. You want to make profit. It's not an NGO. So you must pay close attention to ensure that all of your cost is covered. So far, what I've heard is just your production cost covered.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else is covered. That's what you've said.
No, the money paid to those that sewed the bag is
It's all
there.
production cost. To
Okay.
sew the bag is still production cost.
Okay.
Yes, it's not. That's not
Yes,
marketing
yes,
cost.
sir. Just
That's
like
not overhead cost.
she said, the English, the term we use made the confusion. So to produce this phototherapy device is just 70,000 naira. So other costs were included
costs-
to arrive 130,000 naira. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Quick question. Your marketing strategy is business to business and business to government. Who are your entities in business to business?
Judges will allow 3 minutes for you to make your records before we introduce the next team. Thank you. Meanwhile, just as announced earlier before the presentation started, we really want the teams to have our undivided attention. I request that we avoid using this door, the front door, as exit. If you want to leave the hall, please, there is an exit door behind. Quietly walk back. And contestants, if you're introduced on the stage, you can make your presentations standing far from each other. But during the question and answer sessions, please, you guys can come together to do that. Thank you. Judges, please help me welcome Team AgroSec from the University of Ibadan and the faculty guide, Dr. Lushola Ayola, for their presentation. You have 30 seconds to get yourself set up whilst I prompt you to begin your presentation. Thank you. You may now begin your presentation.
Okay, my name is Akiri Sonny Igbeaye, and with me is Odion Sonny Igbeaye. We're both electrical and electronics engineering students of the University of Ibadan. Our project is titled AgroSec. It's coined from agricultural security. Annually, Nigerian farmers lose hundreds of millions of naira to intrusion and destruction of their crops by animals and human beings. In fact, in the South alone, where we're from, annually, farmers lose up to 40 million naira. Okay, this man here is a 82-year-old is an 82-year-old farmer from Delta State. Earlier this year, he had his farm invaded by cattle, and his labor for a whole year was destroyed completely. And I can't help but imagine, what if he had the option of getting notified or knowing what was going on in his farm in real time, and possibly being able to contact law enforcement agencies to prevent this kind of destruction, this level of destruction. Now, by extension, this by extension, this problem doesn't only affect the farmers directly, it also affects younger farmers coming up, more educated potential farmers, that is the youth, from indulging in agriculture because of the fear of this level of loss in in farming. Also, it provides a great threat to food security in the country. When crops are being destroyed regularly, farmers don't want to go to the farm to produce anymore. Also, we did a survey through several um, farmers forums, and we asked them questions like if their farms have been intruded in the past, and we got we found out that of the 59 farmers who filled these forms, we found out that 56% of them have had experience with this sort of intrusions. So it is a real problem. Also, we asked them if they will be open to using technology in notifying them and protecting their farmlands against these sort of intrusions, um, and about 76% of them agreed that they will be open to such suggestions. This brings us to our solution. After extensively considering the problem, we decided to come up with. Please, can you change slide? Next. Yeah. After extensively studying the problem, we decided to come up with the ultrasonic and artificial intelligence farmland security system. Now, people might wonder, what's the difference between this security system and just owning a CCTV camera? Well, this system uses infrared sensors to be able to take recordings and pictures even in night time. And it also uses high frequency speakers which produces sounds at ultrasonic range, which are inaudible to the human ears. Now, these ultrasonic sounds are audible to animals, and they can cause disturbance to the animals. We use this sound. This sound is triggered when an animal is detected. Now, this device is powered by an advanced artificial intelligence technology. This artificial intelligence technology can identify common herbivores. Now that includes cows, goats, sheep, and the likes, and it can vary the frequency according to the animal that is noticed on the farmland. Yeah, so we did a survey on various farmers forum on Facebook and blogs, and we discovered that about 68% of farmers will be willing to pay over 100,000 naira for a security system. Now, the companies, now to the market analysis, the company's target is, because of the price of this equipment, the company's target is commercial farmers, commercial crop farmers. And according to the World Bank, as at 2010, there were 14.2 million farmlands in Nigeria. And out of those 14.2 million farmlands in Nigeria, about 57% of them were used for pasture and meadow. Now, pasture and meadow in the sense that they were used to raise livestock. And this is not our target market. Our target markets are commercial farmers who grow crops. Now, 88% of these farms are owned by subsidiary farmers. That leaves us with about 730,000 commercial crop farmers. Now, we're targeting just for a starting company, we're targeting just 5% of this company, and this is our total available market is 6.1 million farms. Our serviceable available market is 730,000. Those are the number of commercial farmers. We're only targeting 5%. To begin, that's about 36,000 farms. Now, our revenue model are in two forms. That's the sales, that's the one-off purchase, and the subscription model. Now, this device allows the farmer to be able to monitor his farmland online. This device has two forms, two modes of transmission. That's the online mode and the offline mode. Now, the offline mode is transmitted over GSM module, while the online mode is transmitted over internet access. Now, for the online mode, the farmer will have to subscribe to an online plan, which gives the farmer about a year access. But for our first year, we're going to make that subscription free. Now, for our selling price, this device is divided into two parts. As you can see here, there's the input and output parts. That's the camera, the PIR sensors, and the speakers. The PIR sensors and the cameras are the input devices, while the speakers are the output devices. Now, at the back, we have a CPU. This CPU is what powers and controls the device and also houses the artificial intelligence technology. Now, we are estimating that the average farm will use about 10 of these devices. So our selling price is 120,000. That is 60,000 for the CPU, as you can see behind this device, and 60,000 for 10 input-output units. Now, 10 input, that means each input-output unit will cost 6,000 naira. How to cover the camera, PIR sensor, and the speaker. The cost price for making this device is about 72,400. For the CPU costs about 41,400, and the input-output device will cost about 3,100 each. The gross profits from this will be about 47,600, and our gross profit margin is 39%, 39.7%. And with an annual fixed cost of 1.5 million, we've calculated our break-even point to be 32 units, and we're hoping to meet if we sell about 6 units each month, we should cover this in 5 months. Now, the fixed cost will cover logistics and any other expenses. That includes renting and the likes. Now, our competitors in Nigeria, we've noticed that ultrasonic sound is more or less non-existent. What farmers make use of is wired fences, electric fences. Electric fences is quite scarce in Nigeria too, and they also make use of biophysical fences. Now, biophysical fences is making use of bamboo sticks and coconut branches. Now, this is not effective at all because most of the farmers that were contacted and talked to discovered that these fencing methods could easily be broken down and the farmer will not have any idea what's going on. So yeah, that's our major competitors. Now in the world, ultrasonic sound system as a method of protecting farms is also existent. But the difference between our device and any other device in the world today is that our device contains artificial intelligence technology that is able to identify each animal and also identify a human being and notify and control the ultrasonic sound according to these animals. And also, if it's a human being, it can also notify the farmer.
Now, these require now the ones that are the ultrasonic sound system devices that are available in the world today require the farmer to adjust the frequencies manually to the frequency of the animal that is disturbing his farm. Now that is our edge over any other device in the world. Now our go-to-market strategy is to collaborate with farmers association in Nigeria, as we've already started to discuss on farmers forums, and to discover, but we're hoping to collaborate at state level and at federal level. Now our distribution channel, we hope to use already existing online stores, that's Jumia and Konga, because we're starting with the Nigerian market. And we also hope to use GIG logistics. Now, these shipping fees will be covered by the...
Your presentation time has expired. Please, judges, will begin the questions and answer period. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have three
Please,
questions.
you can both come together. Thank you.
My first question is, are you saying that the high frequency sound from this can repel cattle from an area?
Yes, it can.
Have you tested this on
yes,
any
we've
animal?
tested. It doesn't repel exactly, but it stops the animal from entering. It doesn't
That's
send
repel.
away.
So the sound will be harsh or uncomfortable for the
Yes,
animal.
yes, and
So
it
what
can
you're
be
saying
varied.
is, if a herdsman or a simple cattle rearer was rearing cattle towards a farm, and then he gets into that farm, this with motion detection detects the movement and emanates that sound of frequency for cattle,
determines
and the
the
cattle
animal.
would disobey the rearer and leave because the sound is uncomfortable.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
Your answer should be yes. That's what you've been saying since.
Yes.
I wonder why you're sounding like you're not sure. Okay, I have two more questions. First is, are you saying that one of these devices, just one, is 12,000 naira?
no, that's not what I said.
What
I
did
said
you say?
this device is divided into two. That's
Yes.
the CPU. The CPU is located at the
Yes.
back here, the processor,
Yes.
and then the input-output unit.
Yes.
Now the processor is going to cost about 60,000 naira.
For one or for 10?
For one. While for the input-output, each input-output will cost 6,000 naira.
So how many is required for 1 acre?
For an acre, it requires 24.
24 input
Input-output
and
units.
one CPU.
Just one CPU will power the whole thing.
So roughly 1 acre will cost how much?
About 240,000.
120,000, like you said in your presentation, for the two of them. You need those two. You need one of these in 10
of the
places.
processor, yeah.
In 10 places. That's 1.2 million.
No, one processor. Our
They can be separated.
Okay, so what you basically need is the one in front.
Yes, 120,000 that we specified here is
Yeah.
for one CPU and 10 input-output devices.
Okay.
Yes, that's the average that we
Okay.
used.
Okay. So
The
and
input
that
can
is
vary.
enough for one acre.
No, it will increase.
The
Okay.
10 will increase. We use 10 for the analysis.
Okay, good, fair enough. Last question. Did you buy this device off a shelf or did you design it?
We designed it
and built it.
The body is 3D modeled. Printed the body of the device.
Oh, you printed the body yourselves?
Yes, we designed and printed it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I have three questions basically. First of all, my main question is, what's your product promise to the target audience? What are you promising the farmer? What is your product delivering to the farmer?
Our product's promises, it not only stops certain animals from intruding the farm, it also notifies the animals, the farmer, it also notifies the farmer of intrusion on the farmland, and it can also study this intrusion in real time over the internet.
So basically, it cannot repel humans. It's just for animals.
No, it cannot repel humans.
So it's for animals only.
Yes.
Great. Then you put up your gross profit as 47,600.
Yes.
So if your gross profit is that, what then is your net profit?
I wasn't calculated.
If you calculate your gross profit, then you should have calculated your net profit, which again comes back to all the other costs involved. That's what separates your gross profit from your net profit. Okay. My final question is, your distribution network that you've mentioned, Jumia, GIG, is that suitable? Does that fit your target audience? How many farmers go through Jumia? How many of your farmers will go through, what other platform did you mention? Jumia and what?
Konga.
Conga. How many farmers have you seen buying things from Conga? I don't know. So it's just
We
Answer the question. Answer the question.
okay. We initially we said we'll be partnering with farmers organizations like their associations, so to sensitize them on the device and how to acquire them.
If I remember clearly, at the boot presentation, you said your devices can also emit low frequency sounds that sound like
Sound.
low volume alarms.
Yeah, like alarms. For this prototype,
Yes.
we incorporated that. Like,
Okay.
so if you put it on now, if you plug it in, it will like if when there's motion, it will take a picture, process it, it will know it's a person, and it will release the
So
sound.
your answer to his question should have been yes, it can repel humans. Because if I'm walking in a farm area and there's no alarm, once I walk into somewhere and I hear some sort of alarm, something will tell me I've walked into the wrong place and I will walk away. So your answer to that question should have been yes.
All right. My advice is any question asked is a feedback for room for an improvement. Is that okay? So you've tried, and you need to also improve on your product. Then my question now is, what is the maintenance strategy in the event that you face? How do we maintain it?
Failure.
You didn't plan.
The input output is powered by two 36,000 watts. Sorry, 3,600 watts batteries. Now the input output components are very low powered, and we programmed it in a way that when there is no motion, the device goes to sleep. So we estimated that with not too many activities, the device could last 6 months before battery change.
In 6 months, you can change the battery.
Yes.
So apart from the battery, there's no any other.
The processor, the processor side, we're still working on how to manage the power because we okay the processors.
Well, the processor we use here is a general purpose microcontroller. So for our main product design, we're going to use printed PCBs, that's printed circuit boards, and those are very low powered. Those are very low powered devices. For the purpose of this prototype, we could not use PCBs because of the time frame.
Okay. In the
Yes, I have two concerns. You mentioned that your target farmers is about 1 million.
Our
Is it?
Target farmers.
Yes.
Is about 6.1 million.
6.1 million.
Not the target, the available. The target is our initial.
That is the
target
size
is-
of your market.
Okay, the size.
Yes.
is about
6 point.
The total available market is 6.1 million. Our serviceable available
Okay, so
market is.
how did you determine that?
Yes,
You know, in this country, we have the
subsidiary.
northern region, the west, the south, and the east, the middle belt. So how did you determine that? Or you just assumed?
No, sir, these are not assumptions. These are statistics made by the World Bank of Nigeria. About 14.2 million farms in Nigeria. About 57% of these farms are used for pastures, that's to raise livestock, while 6.1 million are used for actual goods. But 88% of Nigerian farmers only grow for their families. Now, this device might not be very affordable for them.
Okay.
So our target market is 730,000.
Okay. Now, this is not a final solution. If I am a farmer today and you introduce your device to me, right? How do you convince me to actually deploy your device when I know that it cannot actually stop humans from coming to my listening farm or invading my farm?
So the problem.
And if I have to use the alert to deploy security I will incur additional costs. So after spending money to get your devices, I will now spend money again to deploy security. So looking at the cost of production from my own side as a farmer, how do you convince me to actually deploy
Okay, sir.
your device?
What's the solution this device provides is alerting the farmer as to when there's a threat on the farm. Now imagine the farmer is not aware of the threat. Like we displayed earlier, a farm lost 110 million naira in just one day from destruction by cattle. Now you calculate that loss as compared to paying for this device and also paying for security. It's not comparable.
Okay, the question I wanted to ask has been asked, but maybe I will just advise again that the cost of marketing it seems as if we are taking it as if there is no cost at all when it comes to marketing. So you need to improve on that.
It was included.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Team AgroSec from the University of Ibadan. Judges, you have 3 minutes for your records. Judges, please help me welcome Team EC Hub from the Yaba College of Technology, Lagos, with their faculty guide, Engineer Mrs. Ladipo, for their presentation. You may now begin your presentation.
Good day, judges. Good day, everyone. As earlier exhibited today, we present our solution to you, which is a farm intelligence system that is capable to improve crop productivity with ability to reduce hunger, reduce poverty, and also to increase the economy. And these are sustainable development goals which we face. Now, imagine this picture. Having to work all the days of the week, having to work all the days of your month, you till the soil, you water the plants, and it's time for harvest, and you meet this. This is one out of millions of farmers in Africa suffering from poverty. Why are they poor? Farmers are poor because they don't have the ability to make choices. Farmers are poor because they lack sustainable things to make their crop yield. And what are those things? Farmers lack access to solutions that can create them more yield through less stress, less technology, and even increase their yield to about 50%. So we have come to solve these solutions, and how are we going to solve these solutions? I also want you to check this graph for me, which is a graph showing the high rate of food insecurity in Nigeria. In the space of 5 years, from 2014 to 2019, food insecurity has increased at a steady rate of 0.9%. The Lagos State government recently launched an agricultural program, 5-road program, with the sole intention of increasing food security in Lagos and in Africa as well. CBN reported that about $11 billion is spent annually to import food such as rice, wheat, sugar, fish, which we can plant every day in this country. Why? Because our food insecurity is at a high risk here. Now, what do we do? We presented a solution to you. What are our solutions solving? Our solution is coming into the niche of crop production and sustainability. It's not only about producing crop. How do you sustain? How do you sustain? And so we've niched them down from crop preparation, from the beginning of your planting season, down to planting, down to fertilizing, down to crop growth and monitoring, then up to your maturity and harvesting, which of course includes marketing. What is this solution? As presented earlier is our hardware solution, which includes lots of sensors that can take soil information from the device and upload them to via cloud or via any receptacle server to the software. Now, take a good look at this software. It's a very, very good graphic design interface that is user-friendly. Even if you're illiterate to an extent, you can be able to relate from this user interface that this is what my plant needs, this is what my plants have, and this is what my plant needs to have. So from here, we can be able to provide farmers with premium services that can make them to take their crop information, can make them to see their financial statements. From here, we can see that this farmer is making an income of about 35% less than what it needs to make. So we also looked at our production details from 2019, from January to December. Farmers can easily ascertain if I'm making profits or I'm making loss. Farmers can be successful businessmen only if they can monitor their crop development. This is the field test of our solution. We went to a farm at Ekpe where we tested the solution, and the farmer was delighted. And in fact, he had even asked for us to bring the solution for him when we were ready to market. How do we go to market? It's not only about creating solutions, we also need to create income. We've looked at the market analysis and we've studied the market analysis very well. I've discovered that 80% of farmers in Nigeria are smallholder farmers, and these smallholder farmers attribute to produce 90% of output in this country. So our major clients here are the smallholder farmers, ranging from household farmers to able farmers to market gardening farmers. And also, we also looked at the industrial and commercial farmers through which they can benefit from our own services. How do we go to market? We've looked at the current trends in the market today. And what are the current trends in the market today? Traditional farming. Farmers now don't need to even employ a device to test for their farm. A local farmer can just go to the farm, pick the soil, test it and say, okay, this is good for planting the redo, and it plants. At the end, your crop is reduced, and you begin to blame unforeseen factors. So traditional farming is one barrier that we've seen in the market, which we tend to improve. Also, language barrier. Most technologies today gives you stress in understanding English. But what we do now is we're not only bringing this language to our main language in Nigeria, which are Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. We've also inculcated the pidgin language, which is understandable by every Nigerian in this country. This is tend to increase our users in the market. Tech knowledge. Most devices today require high technical knowledge for you to operate them. So we've built a very, very simple device that quickly takes information, upload them to your app. Then from your app, you can just see all what you need, even in graphical format, even in pie chart format, and even in bar chart format. This you can relate every day, and you can be able to make reasonable outstances from what we see. Capital intensive. Most solutions we've deployed today are very, very cost. We've met with companies who have sold theirs for about 7,000 to up to 7 million, but ours is going for just 35,000 naira. What's our revenue model? First, we need to get customers to our site. We're offering free premium service for one farm circle, where farmer can access all their common information and also get information straight to the server for one farming circle. We're also going to operate on a lease model for farmers who cannot afford. We lease this device for them, then they use what they have to subscribe. We should go to our subscription model. We have the first standard subscription model. You have to subscribe for either your crop information, subscribe for your live stream, subscribe for your device, for your information to be sent to your device or to your app. Premium subscription. These are our perfect customers. They subscribe to all our packages and even buy our products first hand. For device only, we can make money by selling this device to farmers and create an extra income of about 10,000 naira. That means we produce for 25,000 and we sell for 10,000. Now, let's take a look at this. From our subscription model, if you are leasing for every farmer, we are going to be leasing for about, we'll lease for free, but the farmer has to subscribe for 10,000 naira. Now, this 10,000 naira is shared. We are believing that we are going to generate expenses of about 5,000 naira, which will be shared across 400 farmers to raise expenses of about 2 million naira. So from this 2 million naira, when we discover our revenue, our gross profit margin, and our time to break this revenue, we discover that over time we've made more than this amount you're seeing on the screen. Also, when farmers can buy this device, they have free access for farming circle to all of this information that we mentioned earlier before. Now, this is the complete solution. When farmers buy this device, they're able to get all our premium subscription up for grab for just 60,000 naira. How do we make the money? Now, for farmers who are subscribing, we are having our cost of solution for about 5,000 naira, which farmers can subscribe for 10,000 naira, making a profit of 5,000 naira, which gives us a profit margin of 50%. Now, when we look at how much we're about to raise, we look at fixed expenses of about 2 million naira. Now, from this 2 million naira, farmers can be able to generate this 4 million naira from us through our break-even point. We are emphasizing that our break-even point will be between 2 to 3 farming cycles, which is about 12 to 13 months. Now, this same process is also runs through for the device acquisition only and to the complete solutions. Who are major competitors? We've gone to the market, we've seen them, we know what they do, and we're able to increase on their current trend in the market and even use them to our own advantage, such as our device being cheap, user-friendly, and it's not limited to internet access. That means you can use this device even without the internet. What are strategies of going to the market? We're going through our cultural extension services, which the government, which we should partner with the government, and also going through all of these mediums or strategies to make our customers come to us. Also, we're employing social media, which is not so effective, but we believe over time, social media is able to accommodate up to 20 million users averagely in Africa. That means we can get our market strategy from this media. What are interactions? With the help of our faculty guide and the school, we've been able to go to these professional bodies and be able to meet farmers in the southeastern, western, and even the northern part of Nigeria. What are potential risks? We've seen the risks and we've seen all what we need to work on to be able to work towards this market more sustainably and more efficiently. Now, for shareholders, we are going to employ the most skilled people to work through this company because the startup is expected to grow in about 2 to 3 years to increase our profit to a very, very high extent. What are operational growth? All of these processes are going to employ to grow fast in about 1 to 3 farming cycles, which is expected to be about 12 to 18 months. Now, permit me to make your audience as I conclude with this. Our internet farming system has been showcased today, and it's a solution that really gives soil properties and is capable of improving crop yield by reducing loss as a result of pest and disease infestation. Our solution is cheap, it's built with local content, and it's affordable to all species of farmers. Please be my audience as you go through me in this short documentary. Please.
Imagine going after something for a while. A long while. And then discovering it. This is a sad fate of farmers every day. A couple of weeks ago, we met with farmers. Here is Mr. Dada, an Ewedu farmer. He had lost so many crops due to excessive temperature and crop diseases. Today, there are about 30 million farmers in Africa.
Your
like Mr.
presentation
Dada.
time has expired. Please, judges, we will begin the questions and answer period. Thank you.
Okay. Quickly, let me just put forth 3 questions, first of all. I'll give my fellow judges a So, precisely what is your value proposition to a farmer?
Our value proposition, we are proposing farmers to solve all their problems on the farm, from pre-planting solutions to planting solutions to post-planting solutions from our own services.
Okay, that's quite a lot. Your device can solve all the farmers' problem.
Well, we cannot really identify farmers' problem to a specific
That's why I'm
range.
asking precisely what is your value proposition to the farmer who is going to be paying for your device?
Okay, when
What precisely? Don't be too generalized.
Okay,
Be
when they pay
specific
for our
what
device,
you
they
want to
get
provide to the farmer.
they get information of their crop growth, of the soil information, surface temperature, humidity, pressure, NPK level, and this is given to them first hand on the device via an app
A
or
farmer
a
who
mobile
cannot
device.
a farmer who cannot speak much grammar. Because if you said you're going to be serving the low-end farmers, household
sir.
farmers, most cannot speak all this English you're saying. What are you promising a farmer who says, I will pay for your product? What are you expecting the farmer will benefit precisely from your product?
When they pay for our products, we have an icon on our app where you can hire an expert. So when farmers are held in between all of these situations, they can easily call an expert who will be there for them in the shortest possible time. Also, we are going to inculcate an action guide or a voice guide.
Slow down. I would strongly recommend you sit down and come up with a statement that clearly defines your value proposition to a farmer. Your device may be able to do a lot, but precisely what will make that farmer put money in his pocket and give to you. Precisely, just bring it to that. So you could work on that later. A statement, 1-2 statements, and avoid all the many talk. Then,
Thank you, sir.
secondly, can the potential market you've mentioned,
Yes,
since
sir.
you're not going to be dealing with high commercial farmers, you want to deal with household farmers, subsistence farmers, I think that's
Yes,
what
sir.
it's called. Can they afford the pricing you're placing for this your product?
Yes.
Have you verified that?
Yes, our competitors.
Based on what? How did you verify that?
Our competitors charge $50, such as Uzibilico in Kenya. They charge $50 to get soil information. We are charging just 5,000 naira to get the soil information.
That's
So
your competition. With the farmers in Nigeria, the local farmer in Ijebu, the local farmer in the interiors, can they afford to pay for your product? Leave what your competition is paying in Kenya. Can your farmers on ground, the local farmers you want to engage, can they afford your product?
yes, they can.
You verify that?
Yes.
Great. Your marketing penetration sounds in line, but I don't know if you've considered the cost of that marketing penetration. From what you've listed, your budget will be high for your market penetration. So I don't know if you've looked at that.
Yes.
You need to pay attention to ensure that you capture that clearly.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can you just describe your ideal or your target farmer profile?
Okay.
Who are you trying to sell this to?
Ideal targets for farmer profile are those smallholder farmers that lost or that lose a lot of crops to pests and diseases. We've ascertained that about 40% of crop yield is lost due to pests and diseases. So we are targeting those people who cannot feed because they are poor to afford these solutions. That is why we are niching our solution down to the lowest possible price for them to be able to afford these solutions.
Okay. When someone pays 10,000 to you for your subscription model,
Yes, sir.
what does he or she get as a farmer?
So when you pay 10,000 naira for a solution model, you get all your soil information, temperature, humidity, all of that. You're also able to stream your farm, such as the agrotech idea. You can be able to launch your farm. You're able to text for your pest and disease through the phone, which we analyze today. These are AI and embedded systems technology, and they're having at a cheap price for these ideas.
Okay, so last question.
All right, sir.
When someone pays 35,000 to you
Yes,
to
sir.
get one of these devices,
Yes, sir.
is what dimension of farmland will one of these devices be able to cover?
That let's say for 1 acre now, you'll be needing about 20 type of this device, but not mainly this. It will be the node of this, because this will serve as the master device, which other nodes will be connected to. So
Is a node 35,000 naira?
No, no.
So the node is the one. This main
This
one
is the
is
master
35,000.
device.
How
Yes.
much is the node?
The node, when we look at the price range, cutting the main server, the main ports, the main mainstream in the technology of what we're deployed. So if we cut all of these costs, we'll be having another device to be about 15, 17,000 naira.
Okay, thank you for the answers. My advice to you and both the AgroSec team is when you are selling this product to your customer, remember that the customer is not thinking in terms of one unit. He's thinking in terms of his farm. So when you give him your cost or your price or your proposition or your invoice, you have to have an idea of what the farmland is like. So a good way to tell us what this cost will be is cost per acre. But since you're selling to small farmers, so I guess maybe one of these might be okay for one farm if you have small land. Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay. I'll quickly just add. So, with what you've talked is exact now. So, the target audience you have, what's the average size of their farms?
The average size of
One plot, two plots of land, what's the average size of their farms? And how many of these devices would sell? Because that would give you the cost of your product to the farmer. I'm an household farmer, I do vegetables, ugu, fresh leaf, tomatoes on 2 plots of land. How much will it cost me to then engage you on 2 plots of my land?
2 plots, you'll be needing the master device and probably like 6 nodes.
How much would that be?
That would be
about 6 plots of land will be about 90,000 naira.
What?
90,000 naira.
So do you think I sell vegetables and tomatoes, I can afford to pay you 90,000 for one farming season? Is that what you're saying?
Actually,
How much would I be making? So yes, and then sorry, I forgot about this. You mentioned that your device will help the farmer know if he's making profit or not.
Yes.
I don't understand how that works.
So when the farmer harvests his crops, we take data of all, because we follow through all the farming process. So we are able to calculate your former yield and your current yield. That was how we showed you that graph from 2019. From January to December, we're able to determine that farmer made at least this percent of crop yield in this farm. Even when we showed you our interface, we're able to ascertain this is the mass weight of this farm. The one we use for our,
Okay, sorry, let me stop you there. You know that the farmer making profit is not just dependent on his yield. To move his yield from his farm in the north to Lagos is part of what will affect his profit. Does
Yes.
your device cover that? To show his profit?
in our application, we have a portal for community hub, have a portal for suggestions, have a
Just
portal
hold on.
for.
Does it cover that? Does it cover that cost for the farmer? So I move my onions from north to Lagos. Does it cover that? Okay, tell me. Okay, so I just want, does it cover that cost? If you say your device will help me determine profit, does it cover all the farmer's cost? Like
Yes,
for example, I
it
move
does.
onions from the north to Lagos. The cost implication for the farmer.
Yes,
Would
it
it
does.
would it show on your?
Yes.
Then back to my question: How much will it cost me? Can I afford your device on my 2 plots of land since you are targeting household farmers
Yes.
for my vegetable farm?
Yes. Actually, the sensors are based on ranges. So the ranges of temperature and all of that sensors can last beyond that 1 plot. But one that is very, very essential is the soil moisture itself. So this sensor, you can get this sensor as a load sensor, and you can connect the via nodes to the master plan. And this will reduce the cost drastically to about probably 2,000 to 3,000 naira. So I feel you can get this for as cheap as that.
I'm asking one or two more questions because other judges haven't said anything. When you were answering this question, you mentioned that your application can detect the weight of harvest.
Not detect, we can calculate the rate of harvest.
How?
Okay.
Do you need a human being to ask questions to get that information?
Yes.
Or your device
No,
will do that?
we work with experts. We have
Good.
experts who can do all of these calculations.
So they have to ask the farmer questions.
No, they don't really have to ask the farmer questions because when you harvest,
Yeah.
in fact, you can calculate what you are harvesting at this point in time, and you can relate it to what you
Yeah,
harvest
I know
in
we
the next
can,
month.
but in the solution, what will be doing the calculation? Is it you? Is it your sensor? Is it the farmer that will be telling you that information or inputting into the application?
The farmer will, after every farming cycle, we go to the farm to get information from these farmers. So we
you
can get
ask
this
them
information.
questions.
Yes.
This is where I'm going. You are selling a product and a service at the same time.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
So
sir.
you understand that.
Yes.
It helps you with your calculations and whatsoever.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's all from here.
I just want to advise the team.
Okay, sir.
Just take every comment seriously and go back and improve on what.
Thank you very
have
much,
done.
judges. The questions and answer periods have expired.
Thank you very
Well
much.
done, team AC Hub from the Yaba College of Technology, Lagos. Judges, you have 3 minutes for your records. And please, this is a competition, and we are very top when it comes to integrity and transparency with our competitions. In no way is members in the audience from the team that is making the presentation should have any sort of communication with the team on stage. And please, this should sound as a very, very, very huge warning to all of us. Thank you. Judges, please help me welcome Team Novus from the Babcock University and their faculty guides, Dr. Jerry Kwabai and Dr. Aaron Izang, for their presentation. You may now begin your presentation.
Good day, judges, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. I'm Sharon, and with me is my team member, Caleb. We are both Team Novos from Babcock University. The agriculture cannot be overemphasized as it has contributed significantly to the country's GDP. Personally, I've had a very strenuous experience when it comes to the agricultural activities because in Babcock University, it's a prerequisite in getting a bachelor's degree. We had a farmland where we were meant to plant, water, and also harvest the crop. We're given a deadline to plant, and my main pain point was the manual irrigation I had to go through, which also gave me a sense of reasoning on how large-scale farmers cope on when planting and also manually irrigating. I had to irrigate at least twice daily, at dawn and at dusk. So the strenuous process was something, and it's still something I don't want to go through. We have different insecurities in Nigeria at the moment. And most people can't sleep with their two eyes closed because they are afraid someone may rob them at gunpoint because of the unemployment rate that is trending in Nigeria. Because of the unemployment rate in Nigeria. I remember talking to Mr. Sheo a few weeks back on his experience about his farmland, and we spoke extensively. He wakes up at early at 6:30 a.m. to go to the farm to irrigate. Now, Mr. Sheo heard the news about his friend who was murdered on his farmland due to the Fulani herdsmen invasion. This is the place Mr. Shehu just passed. And Mr. Shehu is the breadwinner of his family. Now imagine Mr. Shehu being the breadwinner of his family, being murdered in cold blood on his farmland, where the income of the family comes from. What is the future for Mr. Shehu and his family and the bills they are going to settle? This is where our irrigation system comes to play. We also have instability in climate change due to the global warming, which is caused by human and industrial activities. These activities affect the rainfall of the climate, and also it increases the heat of the sun and reduces the quality of the yield of the product. We also talk of the high stress level on farmers' health status, reducing life expectancy. Farmers could have stroke due to this strenuous work they go through, especially large-scale farmers. In this picture, you can see the farmer in his pool of sweat, but still irrigating because this is where the bills come from. We also have reduction in the quality of farm produce due to inconsistency of watering. In months from November to March, where there's little or no rainfall, what do farmers do? They have to aggressively farm. And meanwhile, this means that they have to manually irrigate, which is another strenuous job. Now, for crops that need water, most especially the biennial crops like watermelon, what do you think the farmers will actually think of? Because the biennial crops are 2-year crops, and let's say they've started planting it 6 months ago. Would you allow the process of 6 months to go down the drain because of little or no rainfall? Our innovation solves this problem. We talk of children who neglect school because of the farming practices that they have to go through. This is where the school fees comes from. The school fees comes from this place. The bills for basic needs also comes from this place. You don't expect the children to be going to school when where they get their money from is in trouble. This is also where our irrigation system comes to play. Next slide, please. We talk of insecurity and the hike in price. Farmers in Mr. Shewu's shoes will not go to the farm because they don't want to lose their lives. The insecurity is gradually increasing because we hear of kidnappers today disguising in corporate bodies just to kidnap people. And also we hear of highway robbers that we don't know where they come from, but they still come to rob us. Now, Mr. Shewu and people also in Mr. Shewu's shoes, they won't go to the farm. There will be low circulation of agricultural produce in, and there will also be high demand for the products, which is going to cause hike in price for this produce because they are not available, and this scarcity causes inflation. Now, since January 2019 to January 2021, the consumer price index, which is CPI, has increased from 280 to 360.1. That is 16.5%. This issue has to be addressed. We have a solution: the smart solar powered irrigation system. This system automates irrigation processes on the farmland. So Mr. Shewu doesn't have to go to the farm for his farm to run. He can definitely automate the processes from the mobile app, which has been built already and connected to the system, which also uses IoT modules that send and receive data and updates them real time. Also, it has sensors. It senses the soil moisture and also the soil temperature, giving it, because it's a decision maker. So whether Mr. Shewu is on the farmland or he traveled for a conference, his farmland is still moving smoothly because the system is sensing it and also giving it the provided water it needs. The relevance: why our smart irrigation system? All year-round farming and consistent provision of farm produce. Mr. Shewu, remember I said Mr. Shewu is not going to go to the farm until the government arrests this case. Mr. Shewu doesn't have to bother about the government this time around because the smart solar powered irrigation system is a decision maker for him. Even if he's not on the farmland, the system goes as far as helping him to continue running the farm, so there will be food circulation, which will reduce the inflation and increase the economic growth because the agricultural sector is contributing significantly to the economy. Our solution reduces farmer stress. You saw the man in the pool of his sweat still manually irrigating because that is where the bills comes from. Now, farmers don't have to go to the farm, as said. Also, it creates employment in the construction and installation of the system. They say the idle mind is the devil's man's workshop. After going through the 664 school and you're coming out with no job, it's so frustrating. So frustrating because you need to provide bills, you need to also provide basic needs. People that need our services, the agrotech, the researchers, the horticulturists, the farmers, those are the individual and corporate bodies. Our total available markets are underdeveloped countries like Nigeria and African countries. Our serviceable available markets are individuals and corporate farmers within Nigeria because we feel that every 36 states in the rural areas will have at least a farm to sustain them. Our serviceable obtainable market is the percentage of the service available market in Nigeria. Those are the rural parts. And our business model, our revenue model is going to be generated with sales of products, sale of data, maintenance, and repair of the system. Our profit margin, the whole package will be sold at 956,800. That is including our 30% profit. But the profit was roughly estimated because we have not calculated the other costs we'll be incurring, like marketing costs, overhead costs, and the remaining costs. Also, if you don't want to get, let's say the farmer has batteries already and solar panels, you can just get the system, because the main reason for this system is to automate processes with or without you. And you can get that for 306,800.
Your presentation time has expired. Judges, will begin the questions and answer period.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Novus. Please, could you kindly just let us know what exactly this aims to achieve? Thank you.
Okay. Our smart solar powered irrigation system aims to help the farmers make decisions with or without them on the farmland. Their farmland is still running.
And also to add to that, also most irrigation done manually also leads to erosion also, which also affects the stress of the soil.
Okay,
Aims to
sir.
achieve. Thank you.
Okay. The smart solar powered irrigation system aims to help the farmers irrigate their farm land. So these processes are automated. And as they are automated, you don't need to be there physically for the farmland to run. So the farmland is running whether you're there or not.
So it is automated.
Yes, sir.
To run in front of them. So what if there is something happens and there's a breach, then something happens and the device is not able to run and the farmer is not around? What happens?
The farmer can also include, because the farmer is given a unique code to be able to access this farmland with the app. And as the farmer is given a unique code, that unique code is only to access his farm. So he can share it to his family members that will be around. But the main thing that might happen will be network, and which we have already incorporated in the control system. So you don't have one network, you have at least 3 networks or more.
So I must have 3 networks to be able to run it?
No, you have at least. It depends on you. You can have one, but we know that at times network isn't favorable.
Okay. Considering that during your intro, you talk about being a student of agriculture in your school, whereby you encounter the problem of immigration. So now, have you tested this concept on your own in your school?
Yes, sir.
So how did it go?
Went very well.
So did you introduce to farmers around that area?
We've only spoken to them.
We introduced it to our people in the agricultural department.
Okay, so how was it like the acceptance from them?
They liked the product. They saw that it was something that would make things easier. And also, some of them usually, before they go to their offices, they need to irrigate their system and sometimes waste a lot of time.
Irrigate their system?
Water their plants, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so 2 quick questions. What about the source of water for the irrigation?
Okay, it is expected that there will be a water reservoir.
So that's an assumption. You assume there must be a water reservoir.
Yes.
So where there's no river or stream around, the farmer has to provide bowl or something for water to be available.
Yes.
So before the system can work.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
So I just want to know, as maybe the farmer now, so the cost of purchasing your product for an acre of land that I have, what is it for me?
Okay, for an acre of land, if the farmer has a solar panel or an inverter battery, the cost of production will be 300.
I don't have.
Okay, you
Yes.
don't have, that means We're estimating it to 1.5 million.
Did you say 1.5 million?
Okay.
Yes.
For which farmer?
Okay. The idea was our primary target audience are primary commercial farmers.
Commercial farmers.
Yes, because they are the ones that usually have
Large farms.
Okay, thank you. So, what's the primary difference between 906,800 for a complete solution and 306,000 for the other solution? What's the difference?
Because it's an acre of land.
So 306,000 is for what?
Okay. The cost of the solar panel and also the battery is where
The difference comes in.
Yes.
So what do I get when I pay you 306,000 naira?
The system to automate your farmland, to automate water on your farmland.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you're also, so to say, because you expect me, or you're targeting me as a commercial farmer, that I will already have the irrigation piping and all that on the farm.
Yes.
Yes,
So
sir.
you just deploy this where my water supply and is right?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, your solution is an automated irrigation system.
Yes, sir.
That can be controlled remotely.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
So to answer the question on your cost, okay, sorry. So obviously your product would have associated costs to the farmer.
Yes.
So apart from paying for your 1 point something million product, I still need to solve the issue of digging borehole, doing a lot of other things. So have you considered the cost, the total cost to the farmer? Because that's what I'll be looking at, not just your product. I'll look at the total cost to actually make your product effective. If it is not workable for me, if it's beyond my budget, your product will not sell. So you need to ensure that you've captured the associated cost for either a plot or an acre, since you're looking at commercialized farming for an acre or 2 or 3, so that you have that clear.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I believe you're aware of some similar solutions in the market.
Yes,
Are
sir.
you?
Yes, sir.
So what is unique about this solution compared to others in the market?
Okay, in Nigeria, based on our research, we've not seen any company that develops similar products. But online, internationally, we've seen two competitors. What makes our product unique is that the data gotten from the sensors can researchers can use the data gotten from the sensors for analytics and also prediction of data.
While you were farming, your initial example that you gave yourself, what was the size of that farmland?
So it's a plot.
One plot.
Yes.
So for you to have deployed it on that one plot.
No, sorry, not a plot. A ridge. So just a ridge. Yes, like one ridge.
Okay, all right. So let's use a plot. You both of you have an idea what a plot is like
Yes.
in terms of size. How much would the solution be for one plot?
For one plot.
Yes.
Without batteries.
Without batteries.
Without batteries. The solution.
306,000.
306,000.
Without batteries and solar panel.
I don't have battery and solar panels, so you're providing everything for me.
Okay, then we're going with
956,000.
Yes.
Why then did you mention 1 acre for 1.5 million for 1 acre?
Okay, for the system to irrigate to water a very large amount of time, it takes longer than a small farm, and also the batteries that we need to power the system for that long hour of time also.
Oh, your solar power solution to power the.
Yes.
I think that's all from me. Yeah, that's all.
All right, let me not ask, but let me encourage you. It's a good work, and all the feedback given to you should be considered area of feedback for an improvement. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Then my question now is, what is your maintenance strategy in case it fails?
Okay. it's going to take about 2 to 3 years before we start maintaining because of the durability of the materials we're using. So we go at once they purchase it, we help them. That's to count it and also reach out to them because some farmers might not even remember because of the work they are doing on the farm. So we'll reach out to them and we definitely go to inspect the system and tell them what needs to be changed or repaired. We haven't decided all our costs yet because if you remember, I said our other costs have not been incorporated into the cost, like marketing costs and overhead costs. What we just incorporated was cost of production and a rough estimate of profit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't get you, sir.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Team Novus from the Babcock University, for your presentation. Judges, you have 3 minutes for your records. Judges, please help me welcome Team Applied Physics from Anko University, Lagos, and their faculty guide, Dr. VUJ Wanko, for their presentation. You may now begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and judges, and all the faculty members present and all the contestants this afternoon. We want to take a time to look at the problem that we have before us. Imagine not being able to call for help during emergencies because your phone is out. Imagine not being able to study properly for examinations because you do not have light at night. Imagine not being able to watch your favorite show because when NEPA will bring the light or when the light will be restored, the show that you wanted to watch or the match you wanted to watch will have gone. Nigeria, I grew up as in Nigeria, and we do sing this song while we were growing up. Up Nepa is a song that has been sung from generations to generations. As our parents sang it in their youthful days, and we are still singing that song. What then can we say about Nigeria having a total GDP of about $442.98 billion, rating as the 27th largest economy in the world and number one in Africa, and yet still cannot solve the problem of electricity? Now, according to the World Bank, Nigeria loses about $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity, with approximately 25 installed generating capacity across the country, of which they are concentrated in the southern region, and transmission grids covering only 40% of the country. Looking at the map that has been drawn from the existing NEPA transmission line, yet Nigeria has the highest number of people without access to electricity. In Africa, Nigeria is rated one of the least in the spectrum of power generation in power generations in Africa, as Nigeria generates 151 kilowatt per hour of electricity, of which is among the least in the spectrum of energy generation in Nigeria. So it means that in Nigeria, we cannot on our TVs for 2 hours, because 2 hours owning the TV for 2 hours in a year will take us about 183 kilowatt of energy a year. And in Nigeria, we are just generating about 151. This is a great problem that we've seen. And this affecting Nigeria consumers and their businesses as power cuts in Nigeria hurt the overall economy. These are some of the statements that are made from some Nigerian stakeholders. They said startup decisions for electricity supply is centered mostly on availability of generators rather than depending on general supply. Another person said, you cannot be in business without a generator. Someone said, do lights go off in Nigeria? We know generators as a device that makes use of petrol to generate electricity, releasing dangerous and harmful substances that affects the human body, carbon monoxide, which kills people. And we've heard of stories of families that turn on their gen and they go sleep, and the next thing you see, a whole family dies because of the use of generator. And that's one of the problems we see. Even Nigeria loses about 14 billion naira annually on small-scale generators, which are expensive, of poor quality, noisy, and pollution-causing. Now, this is a distribution of the power. This is the power distribution from the grid in Nigeria. We can see that Nigeria is a residential consuming power nation, as 81% of the power from the grid goes to the residents or goes to the household appliances and people using it in their houses, and just 6% goes to the industry. How then does this affect the economy? Nigeria, meaning that this 81% of energy distribution from the grid going to the houses is not having a positive impact to the total economy of the nation, as 6% only go to the industry. Then we looked at it and we said enough is enough. What then do we want to do? Since the total, according to the chart I just showed up there, of Nigeria, about 81% of power consumption from the grid going to residential usage. We have decided as a team to come up with a lasting solution that will give Nigerians light 24/7. And our team, we've aimed at solving the electrical problem by creating a scalable electromagnetically induced power generator to generate renewable clean energy, of which there's no noise, no pollution, and no effect, no harmful effect to the environment. Our power generating system is suitable for home use, small and medium businesses, having a steady output, is noises, is fit for domestical and commercial use, and the durability is assured. I'll hand over the mic right now to my partner, Ruth.
We believe that our company customers, our company is going to find customers in various aspects, and as electricity problems with electricity have been prominent in Nigeria, and our product is going to find applications in different places, from households to even small and medium scale enterprises. For our total available market, we believe that our product is going to find demand in Nigeria and even beyond. And for our total available market is 210 million. For our serviceable available market, though the availability of our product is not limited, we'll be able to reach as many people as possible who can afford our product. Okay, developing the off-grid alternatives. The other slide. Developing off-grid alternatives in order to complement the grid creates a 3.2 trillion naira per year market opportunity for mini grids and solar home systems. And so, for our serviceable available market, we want to share 40% of the opportunities that is created by off-grid alternatives. Our business model is going to be a transaction-based model that sees our customers are going to pay as they purchase. Whenever they purchase any of our products, they're going to pay. Also, we work with the concept of cost-based pricing. And cost-based pricing has to do with when we, as producers, sell our product after adding the taxes and expenses. Also, we're going to have money back or repair guarantee within 1 year. If you buy a product from us and then it gets faulty within the period of 1 year, you can bring it back to us. We repair it for you, and then if it is something we cannot handle, we'll be ready to give you your money back. Also, we're going to have dedicated customer services. We're going to have customer services that will be there 24/7 to attend to whatever queries people have about our product. Also, we're going to allow customers to test our products before they pay. Our assumptions on the price point or profit margin is that every average Nigerian will be willing to try our product out. Electricity problem has been long in Nigeria, and we believe that every Nigerian will be wanting to give our product a try. Also, we believe that in 2 to 3 years, 50% of Nigerians will be using our product. And one other thing is that we believe or assume that customers are the lifeblood of any business. And without customers, every business will be dead. So our profit price margin is going to be low because we believe that when it's low profit price margin, more customers want to purchase our products. With proper awareness of the quality and functionality of our products, we have said that, or we have determined that our runway time, or the time we need to become cash even, is 21 to 24 months. Some of our competitors are the solar panels, inverters, biogas, rechargeable lamps, rechargeable items. And we have advantages over our competitors. Like for the solar panels, like I was saying before, for the solar panels, we have to to get a solar panel of 1 kVA, you need about 310,000. For our product, gives out can carry a load of 750 watts for about 30. The cost price was about 30,000, and then we are willing to sell the product for 55,000. Our go-to-market strategies in order to take on the competition is to make use of the digital world. With research that we've done, we found out that there are about 30 million social media users in Nigeria and 104.4 million internet users in Nigeria. And we believe that we'll be able to leverage the internet and social media and use it to our own advantage to get customers. Our distribution channel or route in order to reach our targeted audience is that we're going to install statewide distribution stations. We're going to have different branches in different areas that can sell our product. And then we're going to have online ordering system via our website. We're going to have a website where you can directly order from and get your product. Also, we're going to employ the use of salesmen that will go from door to door for sales.
They say teamwork makes the dream work. We have a team, and our team, we've identified customers. Thank you very
Your
much.
presentation time has expired. Please, judges, we will begin the questions and answer period.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Thank you, Team Applied Physics. So let me take my two questions from the last thing you said. You mentioned that 1 kVA of solar calculated it at 310,000 naira. Your 750 VA would come at 31,000, cost to you 55,000 naira that I will have to pay to get it. You mentioned scalability. Your higher limit now is 2.2 kVA. You can't go higher than that.
That's not the highest we can go.
So what's the highest you can go?
We've not yet done that. This is a prototype, sir.
Okay, good. So it's good to have known. But as I look at your presentation and look at your prototype, I can't really see a connect. So let me ask one or two questions so you can help us connect it.
All right.
If anybody in this room was to pay you 55,000 naira, what would they get? And I know that you are a physicist. Reduce the technical, let's both agree that it's called jargon, because I also read engineering physics. But let's allow the rest of the room to understand. When I pay you 55,000 naira, what do I get from you? What do you call that device if you don't want to list the components? You get a scalable power generator that works with piezo electricity,
Yes, sir.
right? So I have to get, if I remember very well, you have an agitator, you have a DC battery, right? And you have some oscillator that causes the piezo effect. All of this will be in that device.
Sir?
All of this will be in that device.
Yes, sir.
What's the lifetime what's the tenure that thing can give me power until I get power from the mains?
Okay. So we intend to make this run 247, and we intend to make it run 247. So we are not going to be making use of power from the grid. So the battery is going to be feeding the components in it.
Well, the components will give me the power.
While the components will give you the power as soon as the magnet comes across with it. Yeah.
Okay, I reserve more questions for later.
All right, sir.
Okay, so I will speak quickly to the business part of this. Agreed, there's a market for this, of course. Power generation is a major issue in Nigeria. But it's one thing to identify the market. It's another thing for you to be able to meet that need. I want to assume that the invention you have can generate the power you've talked about. So my first question is, what's going to be, since your target audience all over Nigeria, power generation is an issue. So where is going to be your core startup location? How do you intend to grow this thing? Just as you want to scale the product, how are you going to scale the market? If today you're giving every kobo you need to start off this business, where will you be starting off from?
It's beautiful if we start from the north because of the reports I've had from
the north?
Yeah, it's beautiful if we start from the north in terms of
Because
power.
they can pay?
No, not that. Because
they need
don't
it
have
most?
access. Yes, sir.
But what if they cannot pay? It's a business. So you're going to start from the north because you think they need it the most. What if they cannot afford it?
All right, sir.
Okay, so you need to look at, so that's my first question. So your distribution plan and scale, your plan for distribution, you mentioned something about your plan to distribute this nationwide. Very laudable. But distribution always goes with a lot of logistics and money.
Yes,
Is there a budget attached to that yet? Have you looked at that? How would that happen?
No, sir.
Or it's just in the pipeline?
Yes, sir.
You said?
No, we've not looked at it, sir.
Okay, so what's the management plan? How do you intend to manage something that could become massive if you get it right? So what's what management plan do you have in place right now alongside with the budget for this? The product, if the product can deliver, fine. What about how do you now manage this product to actually get to the doorstep of everyone that needs it?
All right, sir. Sir, is that sorry, sir? Is it about the delivery or about the company running the company, sir?
So the management plan involves your manpower. What's your strategy? How are you going to manage the things involved? Your logistics, your overhead, having the right people to drive this. Between the both of you, can you run this if this becomes a company, a product with a lot of demand? What's the management plan to grow this?
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, we are currently students and we cannot be fully engrossed into this. So
Okay.
currently we are partnering with our school. They have a venture already, of which the CEO is a professor in economics, and the managing director is the current DVC and a professor of mathematics, and the general manager is currently the HOD of business administration. So we would be partners, as in why they are big, because of their experience, would be doing all of the managemental aspects. We will be doing the other areas that need us to do. So.
Okay. Is this thought out or this is just an answer? Just give me an answer.
It's thought out,
It's
sir.
okay. It's okay.
Okay, how soon are you ready to develop a prototype that you can sell in the market? You don't have an answer for that, right?
Sincerely, I don't know.
How long has it taken you to come up with this in terms of days or months?
In terms of building,
Yes.
in terms of building, it took us about 3 weeks.
In terms of the concept, the design and all
the
that.
concept took us far more than that. Sir.
A year, 2 years?
No, sir, like 6 months. Like before we got to where we are right now, sir.
Okay, all right, because the business of this means that you have to package this
Yes, sir.
in such a way that you can sell it.
Yes, sir.
And so even though you need to run a company, you need to have a product first.
Yes, sir.
Right now you don't know when you can have your first product because you know your product cannot look like this.
Well, definitely, we did it this way so that you can
We
be
can
able to
see
see the components
what's going on
inside.
inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you don't know when it will be ready yet. Your first prototype ready for the market.
Prototype ready for market can be delivered in the next 1 month.
In the next 1 month.
In the
All right.
next.
That's all from me.
Okay, thank you very much. When you are making presentation, you are so emphatic that the relationship you are going to have with your customer will just be transactional. So I was wondering, so do you mean you don't have any after-sales strategy put in place? After I've purchased your product, so that will be the end of our relationship. Is that what you are saying?
So we have after sales strategy put in place, and that's why we're talking about having a website. On that website, we're going to have forms that are designed to collect information from, and then a way or a medium through which we can reach them after they've purchased our product.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, sir, it's pay as you purchase.
Okay. You talked about the market size. How did you determine your market? Then again, your customers. Who are your primary customers and your secondary customers?
So we believe that
During your presentation, my last question, during your presentation, you mentioned about your low price, right? As a priority. If I am interested in your product or your solution, I may look beyond the low price. What value will I have in using your solution? That is what I need. So you have to look beyond just the low price, right?
Yes,
What
sir.
value? Customer satisfaction.
So our product is durable. And if you listen to me very well, at a point I talked about the fact that even though our price is low, it is at a very high quality. This scalable electromagnetic power generator scalable power generator. If we create a 1 kVA, it is if we create a 1 kVA, that 1 kVA can do the same thing that a solar panel of 1 kVA will do, but just for at a lesser price, just at a lesser price.
All right, sir. So because we are making use of a magnet, and the magnet do not spoil, and we're making use of a coil, and the coil do not spoil, the only replaceable part that we've identified will be changing of the batteries after 3 years of use. That's the intent. Now, for customer satisfaction that you earlier asked about, for customer satisfaction, we said earlier that the product is going to be scalable, so we are going to produce it in different or at different ratings, meaning that the same way someone living in face me, I face you would buy a Tiger generator, and someone living in a much bigger apartment to buy a
Thank you
Mechanic.
very much. The question and answer period has expired. Please, judges, join me in thanking Team Applied Physics from Anchor University, Lagos. At this point in time, the judges will proceed to the collation room where the results will be collated to determine the top 2 teams that will proceed to the next stage. Before that is done, I hand them. Okay. Okay, so the judges, please, you can follow the country director for Enactus Nigeria, Mr. Michael, to the collation room whilst I join you. Please just be patient with us. You will be entertained by the other staff members of Enactus Nigeria whilst we collect the results and come back here to announce the results. Thank you.